Good morning. I am Aníbal Josami from Argentina. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. We start in a 5 minutes.
Okay.
Buongiorno, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. My name is Paolo Toschi. I'm the diplomatic advisor to the Minister of Culture of Italy, Dario Franceschini. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to our third and final webinar devoted to culture in the framework of the G20 and of Italy's chairmanship of the G20 for this year of 2021. Italy is putting culture right at the center of its national agenda and of its global endeavors. And this has become particularly pertinent for our chairmanship of the G20. We are in a position to use the International Premier Forum for Economic Coordination to focus on culture, and we will host the first ministerial meeting in person of the ministers of culture of the G20. No one is better positioned to describe this than the Minister of Culture of Italy. It is my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Dario Franceschini.
Per troppi anni la cultura è stata marginale nei grandi vertici internazionali, anche per questo l'Italia ha proposto, quando ha guidato il G7, la creazione di un G7 Cultura che si è svolto a Firenze, che ha dato risultati importanti e porrà al centro del G20 i temi della cultura. È importante perché nel mondo della globalizzazione, nelle grandi sfide che ci aspettano, la cultura è un grande strumento di dialogo tra popoli, tra culture, tra religioni, tra civiltà diverse, ed è soprattutto un grande motore per una crescita economica sostenibile e compatibile, quella di cui il mondo ha bisogno nei prossimi anni di sfida, perché questa pandemia che ha attraversato le nostre vite individuali e collettive comporterà grandi cambiamenti. Sarà importante costruire valori, terreni comuni per poterli affrontare e soprattutto per poter dialogare, e la cultura è il terreno migliore per poter costruire questo percorso. Anche per questo abbiamo preparato il G20 che si svolgerà nel luglio a Roma, con degli incontri tematici di cui siete protagonisti sulla protezione del patrimonio culturale dalle calamità naturali, compreso il recupero di quell'idea cui noi teniamo molto dei caschi blu della cultura, perché la comunità internazionale possa intervenire quando un patrimonio culturale viene danneggiato da calamità naturali o da terrorismo, come è avvenuto in passato, possa intervenire come comunità internazionale. Al contrasto al traffico illecito di beni culturali, ai temi dell'educazione, della formazione, della ricerca, ai temi delle industrie culturali e creative come motore di crescita economica. Il lavoro che voi farete in questi seminari sarà fondamentale, sarà la base su cui poi noi costruiremo le conclusioni all'incontro di Roma del 29 e 30 luglio. Quindi grazie a tutti e buon lavoro.
Grazie, Ministro Franceschini. Thank you to Minister Franceschini. As he outlined, we are about to have another opportunity for a high-level conversation among experts, practitioners, scholars, and institutions. And your voice today and in the other days when this conversation took place, your voice matters greatly. You are providing us with a vision that will feed into the work of policymakers. And it will help us create a platform for culture at the center of the work that we do as G20. Culture as a value base for the work that we do, but also as a factor for growth, which is particularly important to the work that we do in the G20, of course. Today, we are focusing, after we have devoted a lot of time and a lot of attention, thanks to your work, to technology, innovation, the environment, the ways that we can protect our heritage. And so investing in our heritage, investing in technology. Today, we're focusing on investing on another asset, perhaps the essential asset, human capital, the one that everything revolves around. I think it is particularly fitting that it is in the G20 framework that we have a conversation on human capital, a concept that has been introduced to economics by the great Gary Becker, a Nobel Prize, 1992, someone who bridged the concepts of economics and sociology. And we are today building upon that work to focus on how enriching human capital can be an essential part of our mission. I will make one brief point of order. We will have very rich sessions again today, 4 sessions at around 4:30 p.m. The 4 chairs of the 4 sessions will resume, and we will find out how the work has evolved throughout the day. Please, every one of you, stick to your assigned timing. And now, for his opening remarks, it is my great pleasure to introduce today's speaker. I have the pleasure to introduce the head of cabinet of the Minister of Culture, Professor Lorenzo Casini. Professor Casini is, I have to say, knowing him personally, a rare case of a high-level civil servant who is also a high-level intellectual, someone who has devoted great time and passion to serving the state, the country, but also to advancing the knowledge about many of the topics that we will discuss today and others. Professor Casini reads at the IMT School of Advanced Studies in Lucca on global law and cultural heritage and law. He has focused recently on the challenges posed to the state by the new information society and the new technology that we are all immersed in, including the challenges of the public-private relationship, the rules of the internet space, and the semantics and the semiotics of state. So a very broad and deep knowledge, and it is my great pleasure to have him give us his opening remarks for today's session. Professor Casini Lorenzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paolo. It is an honor and a privilege to open this 3rd and last G20 webinar. Italy is proud to foster this discussion about culture, and this is something that we would like to foster in the G20 presidency, because we have always considered culture and cultural heritage as crucial topics. And the tragedy of the pandemic urges us even more to make every possible effort to support museums, libraries, archives, theaters, cinemas, and the performing arts more generally, and to support these institutions and the people who work with them and for them. Today's webinar is dedicated to the idea of building capacity through training and education. I will give few remarks on this topic, picking 3 words: harmonization, complexity, and binoculars, or if you prefer pirate adventure, spyglass. Let's start with harmonization. One of the main problems we face when we approach training and education in the cultural sector is the distance between programs and the skills needed in reality. It is the distance between, on the one hand, subject taught, and on the other hand, the real questions to be addressed. Interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity have become mantras, but in many cases, they are still empty words. Disciplines are still conceived as rigidly separated, and training programs in many cases are filled with little pills of everything, with no focus on a real focus on the professional skills to be obtained. So this is something that we have to address. And how can we address this? Data and studies show the need to harmonize the educational and training subject matter according to how culture and cultural heritage effectively function and are evolving. A primary discipline, a main domain, which may take years and years of training, such in the case of archaeology, for example, must be complemented with other skills, methods, and disciplines And these skills, methods, and disciplines, these other disciplines, must be accurately chosen on the basis of the professional skills and knowledge needed in that specific field. Such cross-pollination should begin with case analysis, problem-solving studies, and contextualization. And this leads us to my second word, complexity. Culture and cultural heritage represent some of the most complex fields of study. They involve interplay between several sciences, methods, and disciplines. They affect a tremendous amount of public and private interest. Let's give some example. So should we demolish or renovate a given historic building? Or should the painting be exported for good? Or how do we deal with archaeological findings each time we plan an infrastructure? The point is that culture and cultural heritage may be seen as an artisan workshop. An artisan workshop where every scholar or practitioner can learn how to analyze and to manage complexity. It is a sort of gym where contemporary problems can be addressed, including the multifarious challenges raised by new technology and by the digital era. And this takes me to my third and final word, binoculars. Culture and cultural heritage give us binoculars, and I borrow this metaphor from Carlo Ginzburg's idea of history, binoculars to see reality in multiple directions, both from a huge distance and in the smallest detail. This ability to make use of binoculars in both directions is the most precious and central value of the humanities and historical sciences. This is why countries where cultural heritage studies have a long history and tradition should together cooperate with those countries where such studies are still emerging. The humanities basically give us the kind of binoculars that hard sciences often require. In conclusion, cooperation, dialogue, and the exchange of ideas and best practices, as we are doing here, an exchange among states are essential if we aim to further develop knowledge and education. And to this end, cultural heritage and culture are an extraordinary instrument. Even in the earliest forms of childhood education, they're also the best possible warranty against hate, discrimination, and violence. And they are also the best tool to promote equality and to better protect human rights. This is why we are here. And we look forward to learning from the chairs and panelists with my best wishes for a productive and successful webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo, for your insightful comments. And I think you all had a sense of what awaits us today. And we will start with a session that looks forward, looks at the future, engaging communities and the next generation. I am particularly pleased to introduce this session because it involves an institution, the Council of Europe, that is very close to the concepts that Lorenzo outlined, and particularly those of human rights. And the Council of Europe, through the European Convention for Human Rights, is really the penholder for the protection of individual freedoms in a vast legal space spanning larger Europe, as we like to call it. And the Council of Europe will be chaired by Italy in the upcoming term, so it is an institution that we will be delighted and very honored to guide in the next session. It is my pleasure to introduce the chair of the session, being Catherine Merkel, from the Director General for Democracy at the Council of Europe, and head of the Culture and Cultural Heritage Division. Catherine, thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you warmly to the hosts and the organizers for inviting, and panelists and the participants for contributing to today's ambitious G20 preparatory event and session on engaging communities in the next generation as part of this larger reflection, as we have heard, on building capacity through training and education and human capital. The Italian presidency priorities read People, Planet, Prosperity, PPP. How could one not subscribe to this P series? Enhanced by the presidency, and we thank it for this, culture and heritage are now given a visible place in addressing burning societal issues, from climate change to sustainable development, the protection of nature and cultural environment, technical advancements, migration, managing diversity, and to social justice, and not forgetting the economic crisis and the pandemic. And how well we learned during the pandemic that we need culture and heritage for our well-being. Now, coming to today's session, change in skills, competences, knowledge management, and transfer plays the key role in working towards what I call the PPP agenda. Given the paradigm change compared to previous, what I call growth at all cost-driven agendas, and also the technological and demographic developments that we face. So I believe that our panel may well think beyond human capital in terms of producing economic value and look at societal value. And we have just heard about it and the reference to the Council of Europe's work on heritage communities. I'm not going into the details, but the Faro Convention on the value of cultural heritage for society belongs right there. Now, if we agree that education and training play a paramount role in transmitting solutions for the future and the importance of using culture and heritage for engaging, the question to me is still, what kind of education and training we are looking at? Naturally, we would like to give heritage education a greater role and see it soundly integrated in the curricula. But beyond that, creativity and innovation are the buzzwords. Are we indeed triggering these in our education systems, formal, informal? How do we learn to be creative? Is there a stronger role for culture and the arts in schools? What role for cultural institutions? At times, I'm even wondering whether a united education culture sector approach would be the answer. And we have just heard about the compartmentalization and sectoralization and the bubbles and the small pills by which we learn. Our panel brings together a wealth of insights from universities, research, museums, art initiatives, NGOs, regional government, and international organizations, with different outreach ambitions, and all based on a specific place on an imagined continuum between top-down and bottom-up work, and all faced with the opportunities, but also the challenges of the digital, including, of course, artificial intelligence. We all turned more digital with the pandemic, but are we becoming more creative and innovative? Is the digital completing our creativity or even replacing it at one point? It does fabulous things in heritage. We heard about that in the previous panel sessions, enhancing access, enhancing protection. How can we ensure that our innovativeness is always value-driven and inclusive? And here, of course, comes the Council of Europe in. Is media and information literacy still an issue in this? Or is the active involvement in practical, hands-on activities still the gold standard for securing long-term engagement with culture, heritage, and nature? Lastly, I was wondering about another series of key words in the spirit of the P ambitions. But this is something like cooperation, collaboration, co-creation, collective intelligence, commons. Would that fit our systems that are still much built on selection and competition? Let us now hear our panelists on building capacity for training and education, and about what works well and how, what is yet missing and would be desirable to achieve, and could be recommended to the G20 policymakers' agenda on culture-led regeneration. I invite Pierluigi Sacco as our first speaker to the panel. And Pierluigi Sacco is advisor at the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Region Cities, Culture Education. Crossovers will be the title of his speech, and we are very curious to hear him.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And if possible, I would ask to the technical service to upload the slides. The subject of my brief talk will be about the crossovers between the cultural and the educational dimension, because of course we all agree that culture is important and education is important, but at the same time there is no clear understanding of what is the reciprocal role. Could you please upload the slides? Thank you very much. In this perspective, can I ask you to upload the slides if possible? In this perspective, the relationship between culture and education has been highlighted by the new European Agenda for Culture in 2018. Yes, over to the next slides, thanks. The relationship between culture and education has been highlighted by the new European Agenda for Culture. And in particular, this agenda focuses on the idea of the crossovers, so the reciprocal contamination between the cultural and educational dimension. Why culture is important? What we are learning, especially from cognitive neuroscience today, is that culture is important exactly for the reason why we have thought for a long time it was not so important. The fact that it's a low-stake kind of activity and experimentation. For example, think of the traditional Maslow pyramid. We think that culture has to do with, let's say, self-realization, self-fulfillment, which is far from the survival needs. But exactly for this reason, we know today that the low-risk environment in which we make cultural experiences allows us to develop basic skills that are fundamental for our survival from the social and the cognitive point of view. How do we see this? We see this because in the end, from longitudinal studies, we know that people who have a regular rates of cultural attendance live approximately 2.5 years more than people who don't. So from this point of view, it's clear what kind of reflex cultural participation has on survival skills and chances for humans. Education, on the other hand, is an acquisition of skills that is instrumental to occupation and professional development, and of course it's very important, but it's highly complementary to culture in a way that I will now show. Over to the next slide, please. There is an interesting parallel in terms of modes of production of culture and education. In culture, we have seen passing through patronage to cultural and creative industries to the new models of the open platforms, we have seen a growing democratization of cultural, not only access, but production. Today, everybody produces content. But we are seeing the same kind of pattern today in education, because the traditional models of top-down instruction have been increasingly transformed into forms of edutainment, and now with, of course, new strategies of negotiation between teachers and students, and navigating the enormous amount of data that is today developing educational strategies. So over to the next slide. In this respect, what kind of contamination we can imagine, especially in the post-pandemic scenario? In the post-pandemic scenario, we see today that clearly there is now a huge amount of experimentation in terms of hybrid digital physical platforms, and these have to do at the same time with culture and with education. In particular, what is the under-recognized dimension here? It's not education, but it's cultural participation in itself. And in particular, as OECD, we are developing now a study on cultural participation that will be published in the next few weeks, in which we show how fostering cultural participation today has a very, very important impacts, not only in terms of educational performance, but more generally in terms of the most of the objectives that we face as social challenges today. And this is one of the most under-recognized dimensions in the whole policy manual. In particular, where culture can make the difference in a new cross-fertilization vision of relationship between culture and education. It has to do with improving our capacity to innovate. We know today that cultural access makes people much more familiar with uncomfortable of new ideas, which is the core of innovation. It's very important for social cohesion because, of course, cultural participation makes people familiar with cultural diversity, which is at the root of social cohesion, and mental health, which is extremely important because today, especially in the post-pandemic scenario, of course, mental health challenges in the future will become important, and especially for students that have been among the most stressed out by the current crisis. So the point is that through culture and this new alliance between culture and education, we can think in terms of behavioral change, how education and culture together can foster new models of behavioral change without having to recur to forms of benevolent paternalism, like, for example, the nudging approach that has been so popular recently in public policy. Culture can be, from this point of view, much more effective, much more humane, and in particular, much more aligned to our experience as humans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pierluigi, for this very engaging, motivating, and forward-looking talk, which hits right into my concerns that I have expressed and my thoughts that I have tried to express earlier. Now, a very quick question, if I may. And, you know, I'm German, and that is, of course, sometimes a bit of a burden because we tend to think we love the theories and the philosophies, but we also love the application. So I'm wondering, when listening to the potential that you have lined out of culture and its potential for making people through participation more innovation tuned, how would you practically organize the cross-contamination strategies? I mean, the strategy is a great thing, but it wants to be implemented. And what's the role for policymaking? You bring culture to the schools, or do you bring the kids to the culture? Or, I mean, we do have all of that. So what more do we do?
Thank you, Catherine. This is a wonderful question. I think that is very much about the pilot experimentations. It's not simply introducing culture into curricula, but working in terms of the practical methodology that culture can suggest. We have the Leonardo, of course, man today as the symbol of our own workshop. And Leonardo is a master of experimentation through mistakes. So the real point is that culture is about familiarizing with experimentation, with mistakes in ways that are extremely creative and engaging. So the real point is not simply to add another subject matter in the curriculum, but to developing a new method that, as I said, is very much about negotiating ways to navigate new knowledge, because students today have an enormous amount of knowledge to navigate. Nobody can be an expert. As Professor Cassini said at the very beginning, is very much about cross-contamination. So we need pilot laboratories, and we need laboratories where, for example, also the role of artists, the role of creative professionals can become important. If students are exposed to this kind of stimuli, I think that could be tremendously effective in terms of leveraging the potential of culture in stimulating our innovation capacity. Also because, as we know, some of the European countries, including Italy, are not so well performing at the moment in terms of innovation scoreboard results.
Thank you very much, Pierluigi. And I think this is a wonderful transit also leading us to our second panelist intervention. We have Doris Sommer from Harvard, Cambridge, Massachusetts with us. And Doris Sommer, she is professor of Romance languages and literatures, African and African American studies, and founder of a NGO and Harvard initiative named Cultural Agents. Now, this sounds very promising. And I'm inviting Doris now to give us her speech on the Cultural Agents initiative. Thank you. Doris, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation and for this setting up of the challenge. How do we make operational this program to stimulate education through culture? If I can start with this slide. Let me just say how practical we can be about the proposal that Professor Sacco just outlined. If we understand, even in grade school, that reading is not a simple technique, it's not a science, it's an art. Anyone in literary criticism, which is my field, anyone in the humanities in general understands that reading is a process of interpretation. Everyone comes to a text with his or her own passions, experiences, cultural frames. So when we read, we co-create the text. That's very simple. That's not always focused in schools of education, certainly not in curricula in schools. But if we can open up a text to be the raw material of new artworks, because everyone is making something up as they read anyway, we can start a virtuous cycle of reading deeply, not superficially. Reading comprehension is at an all-time low worldwide now. So we can make this cycle between reading and art making, innovation, because we all make something. And if we say to a child or to a youth or to an adult, make something from this text, make an artwork from this text, we are inviting them to interpret at a very high level. And we know that everyone will make a different artwork from the same text. When everyone makes a different work from the same text, we recognize one another as artists and interpreters, as intelligent people who are creative. And so citizenship flourishes because difference becomes an attractive element of our workshop. Difference is not an obstacle to be overcome, but it's a value. We're talking about cultural values. We're not using, I think, enough the word art. Art is about intervention. Art is about innovation. Culture and art go together, but if we think about culture only in social scientific terms, we are protecting heritage, we're not using it creatively. You reminded us that you're from Germany. I know that in German today, the word Spieltrieb is a common word, but we know that it was invented by Friedrich Schiller in response really to the terror in the French Revolution. He said, if we have people who are cutting off each other's heads because they are not reasonable, and we have other people who don't think but just act, we have barbarism on one side and savagery on the other. The only thing that will save us is creativity. It's the Spieltrieb. It's the creative response to conflict. And so if we begin our educational system with this simple model, can we go to the next slide, please? Hello? The next slide. Okay, here's what this simple model does. It puts this pyramid of learning on its head. What very often happens in school is that we start with the base of remembering data. We think we can get to understanding, but students have already tuned out if they have to remember data. And so there's no way to climb up the pyramid. If you start with a challenge, a creative challenge, make something new from this text, the students have to climb down that pyramid, have to find the details, the data, in order to make their dance, to make their painting, to make their theater piece. And so they do deep learning because we recognize one another as artists. I think my time is about out, but I would like to say that this is one way to respond again to Professor Cassini's challenge to work collaboratively. Once we recognize one another as artists, we admire one another. We admire the differences. And admiration, I learned from my best cultural agent, the former mayor of Bogota. Admiration is the fundamental feeling of citizenship. It's not tolerance. When we admire people, we stop to really consider what they can teach us. Thank you. I'm a bit over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Doris, for this really inspiring talk. And I'm impressed by this idea of making artwork of a text, because usually a text, you know, when you're a pupil, I mean, there is some red dots and signs and remarks on the sides of your of your tests and your exams. And it's not exactly that you're valued as an artist, but it's more about correcting and this kind of culture of faults and mistakes, and of course punishing sentence and models, and the inversion of the pyramid of learning, of course, is something very, very interesting. But now, if I may ask a very quick question, and we try to be very, very fast here, because as you say, we're a bit over time. Now, all of this is beautiful, but what are the necessary partners to prepare new generations for such more productive and as you lined out, equitable futures through arts-based education? I mean, this doesn't happen in the void, you know. What kind of partners and environment you need to make that come true?
I think we need to start with workshops with decision makers, with heads of schools of education, because as you say, when education boils down to red marks on the side of your paper because you've made a mistake rather than an interesting variation, we cripple children before they can learn anything. So I think we need to re-educate decision makers, budget ministers, but also, as I say, directors of programs of education, to invite them to understand what neuroscience has been telling us for at least a generation, and that is, without pleasure, we learn very little. We need to activate that pleasure and the autonomy that making art allows. And as I say, once you have autonomy and people admire you for your difference and you admire other people for your difference, there's no need to sermonize about citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Doris. If I now may move on to our next panelist, Claire Giraud-Labalte. Claire,
yes.
Claire is the the president of the Pôle d'Acteurs du Patrimoine Culturel en Pays de Loire in France, and has a rich experience reaching from academia to preparing strategies at intergovernmental level. And of course, she's involved in local interventions and work on the ground, I think, including with youth. So she will be speaking to us now, and her title is of the speech is equally promising and very dynamic. Share, overcome barriers, experiment and cooperate. Claire, dear, you have the floor.
Bonjour, and thank you, Catherine. As a greeting, let me underline the extraordinary contribution, individual or collective, of people, here referred to as communities, for the benefit of heritage and our societies. We have many instruments available to support the engagement of communities for cultural heritage. Mostly are designed by UNESCO and the Council of Europe, in particular the Strategy 21, inspired by the Faro Convention, which develops an inclusive and holistic approach. However, these guides remain largely underexploited because of the lack of awareness and use by stakeholders. Faced with today's challenges, it is really time to move from idea to action. Clearly, we also have to rethink together our ways of thinking and acting, giving priority to formal and informal education, training and lifelong learning for everybody, a priority with demands for quality, meaning, and creativity, of course. I will focus briefly on 4 key points, both obvious and essential: overcome barriers, share, experiment, and cooperate at different levels. Numerous obstacles, tangible, personal, or institutional, hinder commitment to heritage and its results. too often ignored, they must be identified and explained in order to overcome them. I would like to underline the strong influence on our mindset of the rationalism, which is part of our cultural heritage. This resulted in a very specialization of knowledge, which has the effect of partitioning fields of activity or research and administrative services and policies. It is time to relink what has been separated. In addition, we project our vision of heritage on young people instead of starting from them, from their representations and their aspirations. It is together that we must find the best way to gradually hand over the responsibility for the heritage to the next generation, leaving an often too passive education. Sharing responsibility for an integrated approach of heritage requires a constructive dialogue between the stakeholders involved in any project. This implies learning to recognize each other and to create a confident, friendly, ethical, and democratic framework. For example, this landscape, whether old or current, speaks differently to each of us, depending on our history and culture. This ecosystem invites us to cross-examine its multiple dimensions, natural, historical, social, economic, and also to conjugate sensitive, emotional, reflexive, and digital channels. In short, this approach sharpens the awareness of otherness, plural identities, and the complexity of the world. With ostensible, invisible, or even hidden elements, such territory does not always have a quiet life. It also carries problems and conflicts that are not always resolved: users, flood, strategic frontier, and so on. To face climatic, societal, cultural challenges, especially in a post-pandemic context, we have to cooperate in an inclusive and forward-looking projects that respect and value the living environment. To open our minds and find innovative solutions, the presence of artists is also more than precious. The communities with the next generation and the support of policymakers also have every interest in developing win-win cooperation in the same territory with people from different sectors, or cooperating with other territories, local to international level. Finally, to be sustainable and enhance efforts, nothing beats networking within regional cooperation networks, or European one, to stimulate and support heritage communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claire. Thank you. It is really interesting to have it all together, and to be reminded again that it was, of course, a specific historical period in which we learned to separate everything into bits and pieces and slice up knowledge, and set up our education systems in such a way that they present and produce sliced up knowledge. And now we are developing integrated strategies. You mentioned one of our Council of Europe tools, Strategy 21, and complementary, comprehensive approaches and integrated thinking, all very exciting. I'm still wondering, and maybe this is a very quick question to you, but maybe also something for later on in the Q&A session. How can we actually advance projects and really market them as desirable, these integrated comprehensive approaches, without the structural correlate in our own institutions? I mean, we're all working in either Ministry of Education or Culture, or department of this, department of that, and there's kind of no correlate. It doesn't exist, but we are preaching it, and I'm always wondering whether there's something to be done about that.
Oh, I think we can do many things, and sometimes it's like something to weave between the top-down and the bottom-up approach, you know. And sometimes it can start from a territory. I have many examples that I cannot give now. For example, in the rural area, it can start, for example, with a simple question. I am working in the tourism area, and what can I do? Perhaps what can I do to better welcome people relying on cultural heritage? With the support of a regional or local collectivity, we can organize a simple workshop and to experiment what I tried to explain with my landscape, you know, to experiment together, to share together. And if I had time, I could give you many examples. It works. It works with people who did not stay so long at school, for example. If you respect them, if you start from them, it's fascinating. I don't want to take the time, but we can give many examples. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claire, for this insightful talk to us. It's now time to move to our next panelist, and I invite wholeheartedly Christian Greco from Turin, Italy, who is the director of the Egyptian Museum in Turin, and I understand that he has actually hands-on experience not only on running a museum, but also refurbishing it and resetting it, rebuilding it, and that he is deeply into research, but also practice, and I believe also into the audiences. He will speak to us about the digital revolution and humanism, again, something very promising and exciting. Christian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Catherine, and I'm very honored to be here and to trying to tackle in 5 minutes these difficult issues. If you can start the first video, please. I want to show you some images to try to answer the question, what is the legacy of the museum? How can we work to make tradition meet innovation? How can we transform? How can we involve new generations? First of all, how can we define what a museum is? How can we go a little bit further than thinking that we are the sum of the objects contained in our showcases? We are much more. We are the repository of memory, and we talk to our public and to society through images, through material cultures, through the intangible heritage. Professor Casini has talked about harmonization of a complexity, and you referred, Catherine, just a few minutes ago, how we need to have an integrated approach. Integrated approach that means putting together our material culture and going beyond of being just referred to as a place of memory, but constructing memory in society. May I have the next video, please? If we make this transition through trial and error, as Professor Sacco said, we can have an integrated approach in education. I do believe that we have to reform completely the way we approach new generations. We have to go away from the idea that you go to a museum once, maybe in your school curriculum, or once a year just to have a lab and do our educational program. But we have to bring back the complexity. We have to teach our new generations that they need to come to the museum, of course, as Professor Sommer says, because of their creativity, to reconnect with art. But we are not open only for those who are looking for the past or have a kind of connections. But in museums, you can come, of course, with a multidisciplinary approach and studying issues connected with hard sciences, with environment. Very often we think that the digitization, I'm showing you just some images of how you can digitize a coffin, for instance. What is more imaginative of ancient Egypt of a coffin is the solution of everything. Actually, it's the very beginning, because going into the material, we see the complexity of the material, the biography of the material, or as the Nix calls it, also the necography of the material. We haven't tackled yet, but the coming years will be the years of contested heritage. How can we come to a shared knowledge and a shared heritage? How can we use the material culture we house in our museum as a bridge to reconnect to previous generation and to communicate to past generation? I think we need a real revolution. I think we need to tackle the complexity and to understand how this biography can be taught in new educational problem. Professor Summers says we need to re-educate the policymakers. Yes, we do. We need to say that if you want to study geometry, chemistry, arithmetics, you need to go to the museum. That if you want to understand the complexity of nowadays society, you need to tackle the material culture in all its complexity. If you go just to the last video, please. So I said digital revolution and humanism, because I think that mankind should be put at the center again, that we, the next video, please, that we need to develop a dialogue, studying society to start with, understanding what are the needs of society. What does it mean, education? We have to tackle different groups. We have to work with associations. We have to work with university to research center. We have to become more osmotic. We have to become from being a repository, a static repository, to becoming an innovative, value-driven place, lab of innovation, where young people can come and be trained and can develop their creativeness to build bridges between generations. But we have to start with the very beginning of sharing knowledge, adopting Creative Commons, and sharing the information and the research we house in our museum. I'm over time, so I'm stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christian. Listening to you, I'm wondering. I mean, you also in your speech and in your abstract, you mentioned that we have to reconcile or bring together the humanist and the researcher. And if I understand correctly, you're also saying at one point, the more digitization and science advances, the more we need to bring back the humanist into the play. Could you say something on that? And another idea that just came listening to you: would we need a museum of the future, or something like? I mean, it's maybe not now a very good idea, but something like a museum of the future that actually exemplifies this approach of bringing it all together. And yes, of course, on the example of cultural heritage. It's the best one to do that.
I thank you so much for your questions. So to start with the first part of your question, I do believe, quoting again Professor Sacco and Professor Casini, if you want to understand the complexity of reality through the cultural heritage that we have, we need to have a true multidisciplinary approach. How can we think about digital innovation without involving philosophers, historians, humanists, without understanding what are the main questions that mankind has had through history and the way we try to understand it? Every time we talk about digitization and transformation in museum, of course, we think about computer engineer, IT specialists, but way too little we think the real problem that we want to tackle, actually to respond to our need and to the way we can face complexity. And here is where we need humanists. To a very few words to the second part of your questions, well, there is a wonderful museum of the future in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. I think that we can also that all our museums can become the future. I give you an example. We always say that we preserve material culture. We very little stress that we destroy material culture, because whenever we put archaeological objects in a museum, actually we take them out from our original context. Well, now we have the chance with the new digital means to create bridges, to put the object back into his original landscape, to create connections, and to create connections also putting together objects belonging to a same corpus but spread out all over the world, and to tackle the very important issues of contexted heritage, of course, in what we want to be a complete new vision of a post-colonial approach to, and especially old institutions like the one I have the honor to direct, being created 200 years ago, has to tackle these kind of issues of contested ownership of cultural heritage.
Thank you, Christian. Exciting and nice ideas popping up on possible future activities. Now let's move to another country. We are moving now to our next panelist, Grial Ibanez de la Pena, and please apologize for my uneducated pronunciation. She is the Deputy Director for Cultural Cooperation with the Autonomous Regions and the Ministry of Culture and Sport of Spain. And Grial will speak to us about her rural experiments, cultural projects in rural areas, and how these are linked to knowledge building and education. Thank you, Grial. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to this discussion. I think we have listened to the key elements of engaging communities. No? Professor Sacco has told us about cultural participation, no? The importance of this kind of cultural actions that offers people the possibility to develop their creativity. And I'm going to talk about a specific program of our ministry that is focused on rural areas. Why rural areas? Because traditionally the public administrations program culture in the big cities, and we have realized that in rural areas, the social impact of culture is very high, and it's really necessary to stop the demographic challenge. So we have this program that try to reinforce the bond with the land through culture, to contribute to community development and social cohesion, and to stimulate the rural economy. We have main actions. I'm going to talk about only 3, not to pass my time. We have made a selection of cultural projects at a European level. You can show in this slide our mapping. We have selection projects that are working in a new notion of rurality, projects that are based on citizen participation, that are very innovative, and projects that contribute to create new narratives regarding the countryside. What are we doing to promote this kind of projects? We have seen that there is a lack of skills of local agents to develop cultural projects. So we have published a guide. Next slide, please. If we can see the next slide, please. Okay, we have published this guide to increase the number of this kind of cultural projects in rural areas. This book tries to overcome the lack of skills concerning project development such as in subjects like management, access to credit, fundraising, attraction of grants. It is a collective work. Authors are experts from Spanish cultural institutions. All of them are changing the notion of rurality in Spain and reinforcing the bond with the land by cultural processes of citizen participation. The book is illustrated with several examples of cultural projects based on involvement of community. And we think with this kind of tools, we can highlight the benefits of culture in rural areas. There are benefits, two kinds of benefits, I could say. The quality of life is a better quality of life in this village, and also a better way of protecting nature and cultural heritage. And we have another action that is rural experimental, and I'm finished with this. That is workshops, collaborative workshops. What we do with these workshops is join people interested in working in the same idea, and we offer them a space, an environment of work where they can develop the project, design the project together. And this is very successful project. We are organizing the 3rd edition this year. And we invite people to work together in topics like culture, art creation, and rural science to address the climate crisis, green economy, demographic challenge, and youth. This is one of the biggest problems in rural areas, at least in Spain, and intangible and tangible heritage. So as I don't want to spend more time that I think if you want, I can finish here. If there are questions afterwards, I could answer to them.
Thank you very much, Guriel, and very, very good to learn about application and the practical side of things on the ground. There were many questions, and I would have three at least to put to you right now, but I'm afraid that we may use too much time up now. Maybe something that we could also discuss later in the question and answer session is about the transferability of such experiences. I mean, you have lots of good practices, you have this guidebook, and I'm always wondering about transferability. And that is actually the added value of our networking and our exchanges after all, and also about the reconciliation of the bottom up and the top down. I mean, you're sitting there, right, in a central administration, but you're working with the locals, and there's always something interesting about that. And we at the Council of Europe with our FARO Convention work are of course also fully aware of this and involved in this. It's always good to learn from these experiences and have others' points of view. And I'm curious to hear more about that later on, if possible. Now let me move on, and we are going to another Spanish-speaking country. But now we are moving to Argentina, and I have the pleasure and honor to invite Aníbal Jusami, who is the rector of the Universidad Nacional de 3 de Febrero and the director general of Bienal Sur, and he has many, many other hats, but that's too many for me to summarize now. And I invite Aníbal to speak to us about university, culture, and community. That is how he entitled his contribution to our session. You have the floor, Aníbal.
Thank you, Kathleen. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. My speech deals with the right to culture and diversity that we consider is the foundation. No tengo sonido. Wait a moment.
We need to hear you a little louder.
Now?
Better. Wonderful.
Okay. I was saying that my speech deals with the right to culture and diversity that we consider It was considered in 1948 that is the foundation of a lot of other rights. In the next few minutes, I will try to tell you about the role that culture plays in the construction of citizenship and community in a public state university established not long ago. In 1997, we undertook the responsibility of founding a new public state university in the outskirts of Buenos Aires. We decided to provide it with characteristics that would set it apart from the traditional universities of our country, which incidentally are very similar to the most traditional European universities. We strive to create an institution that not only excelled academically, but also represented a friendly space for the demographics of the region, made up of middle class and low-income people, in summary, families who had been deprived of the access to higher education. I think this experience has a lot to do with the speech we just heard from Grial. In order to accomplish these two objectives, we went down various roads. We tried to outline a dynamic institutional format with little red tape. Additionally, we looked into the academic offer of the existing university and chose to fill vacant spaces by designing new courses to address the new modalities of knowledge construction, development, and jobs. And finally, we explored ways to promote the interaction with the local community, the academic work, and the national and international community. On the topic of the insertion into the local community, we had to answer the question of how to get the population of Greater Buenos Aires to regard the university as an institution that was integrated into the life of the region. The first action, which we still conduct and uphold, was the presence of the members of the university in the social life of the region, with an active participation in other institutions, hospitals, community centers, etc. Instead, we placed ourselves above any political or religious difference, thus earning the respect of diverse groups. At the same time, we found ways to liaise with the communities. For example, we reach out to high schools in the area, not only to foster the interest in university studies, but also to improve academic standards that will facilitate the admission of young people to our university. I wish to underscore this policy of reaching out to the community as one of the keynotes of the academic space that we managed to build. In this regard, I wish to stress that thanks to this policy of being near the people, the university was rapidly perceived their own space. As a result, after a few years, 80% of our students represent the first generation of their families that attended universities. As happens in most large cities, the cultural circuit of Buenos Aires was restricted to the central quarters, with no musical or artistic activities in the outskirts. Taking into account the scenario, which excluded a great deal of Greater Buenos Aires from the cultural offer, a decision was made to fill that vacant site and turn the development of cultural venues and actions into a distinctive feature of our university. The aim was to connect the growing art and cultural area with projects and research initiatives with broad social circulation beyond the academic circles of the initiated. Thus, our museum, opened in 2002, forked its cultural heritage and held remarkable exhibitions of the greatest local and foreign artists. Joint work associations were established with the most prominent museums in the world, including the Pompidou Center, the Reina Sofia Museum, the Hirshhorn, the Maxi of Roma, etc. Our approach resulted in the creation of new cultural consumption habits in the local community through a rich program of shows, concerts, and activities. Furthermore, we succeeded in crossing previously inseparable symbolic borders and drew the public of the city of Buenos Aires to the outskirts to attend and experience our projects. This experience led us to propose the Bienal Sur project in mid-2015, which emerged from the interdisciplinary discussion based on my experience as a sociologist of international relations with Diana Wexler, the Dean of Art and Culture at the university. In order to expand globally, that we had projected since the creation of the University Museum, which currently has 5 venues and 1 million visitors per year. The goal was to create a non-profit project to integrate the south of the world after realizing how misrepresented the artists of our countries were on a global scale. Although this was the initial premise, the project rapidly became richer as a horizontal space with the simultaneous coexistence of projects that express a myriad of voices and nuances for the construction of a contemporary humanism. Hence, our integrating proposal, for which the South is a state of mind and not only a geographical reference, we have held 2 editions of Bienal Sur and are working on the preparation of the 3rd edition this year, with various simultaneous shows in 45 cities of 20 countries, from Argentina to Saudi Arabia, from Tokyo to Mexico. Hundreds of thousands of visitors attended Bienal Sur. Any artist had the chance to present their work in an open call. 5,500 proposals from 78 countries were received for the last edition. An international jury for whom quality was the unique consideration was in charge of the selection process. So far, I have presented the university and expansion of its artistic and cultural activities, as well as some of the strategies that define it as a sound alternative to develop community projects. We believe that culture and the right to access to represents a driver for the construction of citizenship and community. I will be glad to answer any question or address any comments that may arise from my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aníbal, for so much information in so little time. And the reach is impressive. I mean, you speak about democracy, you speak about cultural rights. We are talking here at a yeah, let's call it political, legal, and of course translated in a sociologist's language, sociologist level. And at the same time, you are working hands-on with people. You do these art fairs. You have direct access, you bring in, let's say, disadvantaged students to your university. This is absolutely impressive. And I am wondering, the model, is that something that is spreading? Do you have followers? Are there other cities and universities who are following you and applying similar modules and approaches to their work? I mean, a university that says of itself that it doesn't want to be overly formal and do away with red tape is quite a rare institution in my view. We don't hear you.
Yes, there are other universities in our country created at some years before and some years later than our university. All have the same type of public, because all the Greater Buenos Aires is a very humble area. But the difference between our university and the others is the importance we gave to the culture, with the creation of museums and the creation of a lot of different cultural projects, even to two orchestras that were that they receive a lot of awards from UNESCO, and they presented themselves in a lot of countries in different continents. Maybe the particularity of our university is the importance we gave to the culture and the labor we have in this area.
Thank you very much, Anibal. I now have the pleasure to move on and move on to Brazil, to our last speaker on this exciting panel. And I'm inviting Denise Pires de Carvalho, who is the rector of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, to speak about research universities. And I believe she will inspire us about a university that is very active on supporting the economic recovery of the region and has a big role in innovation and in inclusive education. Thank you very much, Denise, for being with us, and please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Catherine, the other panelists, and all the attendees. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to have the opportunity to participate in this webinar that focuses on people, planet, and prosperity. I will talk about how can research universities best support economic recovery. That means the innovation environment and the possibility of inclusive education. We are sure here in Rio de Janeiro that there needs to be a reassessment of university excellence and how and where public universities can best support economic recovery and, of course, new partnerships with the private sector. However, we have to retain our autonomy and support fundamental research. This is the great challenge of this century. We are sure that industry and university collaboration is very important. That means the innovation environment, and it makes our university the most innovative university in Brazil and one of the most innovative in Latin America. Can you please change into the next slide? The next slide, please. Yeah, here you can see a photo of the university island, the university city, and the part of the city where our science park or our technological park is located. There are several industries in this science park, and we have integrated the industry with the university so that we could develop several important technologies for our country and, of course, for Latin America and the whole world. The next slide, please. For example, I bring some examples. The ocean basin was very important. I can tell you that it was not only important, it was fundamental for the development of pre-salt technologies, which are important for the oil extraction from the sea. So all these technologies were developed in our university together with the oil industry. We now have several other projects related to green energy, like the hybrid bus that I brought you a photo here, and also the novel train technology by magnetism and things like that. But what is more important in 2020, 2021, next slide, please, is that all the public universities in Brazil are in the front lines of the Brazilian response to COVID-19 pandemic. So I will just finish my presentation telling you that in Brazil nowadays, our health system is collapsing, unfortunately, but it's not due to the activities of our universities. In the contrary, our universities were very important to develop several projects, not only research projects, but also we have attended all the population with tests for COVID-19, but also we have more than 15 vaccines prototypes at the country in the moment, but unfortunately we don't have a strong pharmaceutics in Brazil. So we cannot have our own vaccine. We cannot even develop them properly. We stop at the preclinical part of the vaccines because we are lacking the health industry part of the game. But lastly, I think that we have surely be aware that humanity, solidarity, and the environment are crucial for present life, mainly when we think about emerging and re-emerging diseases like COVID-19, and also, of course, climate changes. So research universities are central institutions in these important issues, and I think we should discuss more in our institutions about mental health, sustainable economy, renewable energy sources, because these topics might lead to a better world for future generations. And we are ready to face these challenges. Thank you very much again for your attention, and it's a great pleasure to be here with all of you today.
Slightly other perspective on the university as an excellence driven I'm almost tempted to say enterprise. It is in a way, and I understand that this multi-stakeholder cooperation is a key here. Would you agree, or would you mention other factors of success that make your university an example?
Thank you very much for the question. At this moment, in the last year, we had to adapt ourselves to remote teaching. It was very hard for us, teachers, all the faculty members, but mainly to our students, because unfortunately, in Brazil, we have several students that do not have even access to internet. So to develop inclusive teaching, we had to distribute internet access to our students so that they are all in remote teaching environment at this moment in Rio de Janeiro in our university. And that's why I put inclusive teaching also in my talk. I did not have time to talk about this, but it's very important because it's the future of education, of higher education. We have to change ourselves into a hybrid environment, to blended learning, and we were able to do so because we are research universities, and so that we could adapt ourselves, and also our students could adapt themselves to this new environment that will be very important, I'm sure, because Brazil is a continental country, and nowadays I'm sure that all the students all over the country can be together with us in the remote environment all over the country. We are changing into this new world. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Denise, once more. And thanks to all panelists. We are now moving on, I believe, into the question and answers part of our joint panel. And I find in the chat by which I am communicated the questions by the audiences a question that I'm supposed to move to address to Grel Ibanez, whether she could provide us an example of one of the projects in her regional cultural activity program and how this example has been repeated in other rural areas, how it has translated among communities. Would you reply to this, dear
Yes, of
Grel?
course. In this workshop of rural experimenta, what people do is making a tool like a design that can be adapted to any territory to implement the same project there. So last edition in 2020, we have a group working on a rural model canvas that is like a guide to explain how people in a community can research and ask themselves which are their interests, which are their natural and cultural heritage that can be highlighted in a cultural project. Also the needs of the population in this village, the ages and the different interests, what can each person contribute with in that project. And as I say, it's not a concrete project, but a way of thinking in a project and defining it in an adapted way. So the project is created by the local community, not something that is repeated as a fixed project. This is I think this is a way of working that has always succeeds, because if people are creating their own cultural project, and it's their creativity from the beginning, from the moment of defining the project, that is contributing to this project. So it is participation is guaranteed in this kind of projects.
Thank you very much, Grel. And if I may, I have another question to channel through, and this one is going to Anibal Jousami. And he's asked whether the community directly influenced the curriculum and how this was different from traditional universities. This process of putting up or developing the curriculum, this is how I understand the question.
Yes, especially because we choose and we created a lot of new careers and new specialization, trying to.
Not much. Shall I ask?
¿Me están escuchando? You are hearing me? Yes. I was saying that we create a lot of different careers that they had to do a lot with the social necessities and the economic production of our country in order to have the possibility that the pupils of the university had the possibility to enter to the labor market, and also opening a lot of ways of investigation, very with original that they were not present in other universities. I will have a coincidence with my colleague, the rector of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Is a very good and very nice university. I knew very well, and it's a problem to have students that they don't have the minimum necessary in order to study. We have the same problem with the lack of technology instruments of our pupils in order to can study virtually. Then it's completely different to be in the to lead an university, an European university with the basic necessities, with no problem with the basic necessities of the pupils, than to lead an university in our countries, and especially when they are dedicated or they are created in areas with very low incomes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions at this moment in the chat, but I would like to use the remaining time, and I know it is not very much, to ask you all one question, if I may. And the question would be with regards to the topic of our session, which is about engaging communities and engaging the young. And having heard what we have heard now, but also against the background of your own specific projects and experiences. Imagine you were the Minister of Culture of your country and you would have the resources. Isn't it a nice idea? What would you do? What would you decide to do from tomorrow? May I ask you this question? And maybe start with Pierluigi Sacco, who has spoken to us about the crossovers. So I imagine he might have a dream about the crossovers in this respect.
Absolutely. No, I would really start to experiment with education-wide laboratories for cross-cultural innovation. I think that it's not expensive. I mean, I'm a professor, a university professor myself. I made some experimentation with my students and the results are astonishing. If you ask people about their own cultural interest, you will be surprised by the richness and depth of their interest. I'm actually doing an experiment that I'm teaching right now, and I'm completely bewildered. It's beyond imagination. So we have to trust the young people more in terms of their capacity to be transformational. They have the skills, they have the breadth of knowledge and experience. We simply have to enable them, and we need to create convenient platforms for this. And the educational system, I think, is potentially ready for this, and also this digital acceleration that was forced could be extremely helpful in making this possible.
Thank you so much, dear Pierluigi. Doris, dear Doris, imagine you were Minister of Culture. What would you do? Are you still with us, Doris?
Yes, I was on mute. Thank you. I would start by reminding educators that the word for school in ancient Greek, and still in modern Greek, I'm told, means leisure. School and leisure activities are the same in a classical tradition. And so I would encourage the Minister of Education to work with me and to develop the kind of education that is both rigorous and enjoyable. Because if we don't work together, I'm afraid that my budget will dwindle. Budgets in culture, especially in the Americas and in other parts of the world, are always at risk. And so the Minister of Education should be my partner of violence prevention. One problem that I think we need to address, and we haven't mentioned this, although it's in the background, is that when underserved populations are desperate or even just bored because there's nothing to do, we face internal violence that leads to depression and anxiety, or external versions of it. Boredom is something that we need to address. And so all of us should be in the scholé, in the leisure of rigorous academic and artistic work. So I would make alliances, as I say, with other ministers to address this horizon of collaboration and not just talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doris. Thank you very much. Claire, may we ask you too what you would do if you had the funds and if you were Minister of Culture
Yes.
and you were taking action on the basis of our topic of today?
I wish to take Pierluigi and Dora and probably the others with me to create a team because I wish to keep the word lab, and also I was written before joy, pleasure, and also rigor. For me, it's very important. And we can do it all together. And for example, I give resources probably on the regional level because it's an important level to work inside the region and also between different regions, probably to suggest a walk in the forest or on a boat on the river, to be faced on the same problem, on the same situation, to observe, to experiment, and to put all together the different skills of the public, the adults, and also the young people, and starting from them to go further, And I think it's important. Also with me in the boat, I will take with me some different artists and creative persons, not to give the solution, but to help us to see what we have in front of our eyes and what we don't see. And because it's very important for me also to give this way of well-being in the method, you know, to try to go further and to approach the problem with the first person was saying binocular. I can say to have a different point of view, to have different perspectives. And because we have in Italy, for me, I can avoid to think about Renaissance and about Leonardo da Vinci, and in a way to take cultural heritage, not only from something we inherit from the past, but I like, and also during trainings, I like to consider cultural heritage as an answer in a special time to facing to a special problem. In a way, it was how people find a solution for a special problem. Sorry for my English, I hope it's clear. And with resources to give to some regions and also to cooperate between some regions and between some countries. Thank you.
Wonderful, Claire. I see you're a minister that needs lots of paper for the speeches and for the project plans. Wonderful. Thank you. I move on. Time is pressing. Christian, you as a minister, how does that feel? I mean, no, what would you be doing?
Well, I would do three things. One doesn't even require a budget, but it's very important, which is sharing knowledge, adopting Creative Commons, forcing all our institutions to share what we know, even raw data, because we are so protected. And how can we talk about research, innovation, creating connection if we don't share knowledge? Second, develop an agency that finance research and basic research in cultural institutions. I was shocked to read in the past months due to the pandemic to see how the media sometimes put at danger also the existence of museums of cultural institutions. Thanks God, they never question the existence of education institution and university, but culture is seen as accessory. So research in cultural institutions need to be at the base. How can we think that we do all our activities connecting to society, develop an educational program if basic research first is not paid for? And so we have to become even much more osmotic with university and research center. Third, I would think very carefully about hiring a team and at least as large as possible, as I said previously, of philosophers, historians, pedagogists, humanists, because they've been forgotten way too long. How can we talk to humankind if we don't address the fundamental issues that we have?
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Christian. And I move on now to ask Grial what she would do if she was a Minister of Culture.
I would want the team that Christian proposed. I think that would be a good team.
Please, may I have your attention? I'm sorry, but we are really running incredibly late and it's a webinar. It's really complicated to keep the time.
Okay.
So if you can be quick pitch, please.
Yes, just one thing. I will try to encourage a more active involvement of the citizens in cultural practice by working in a permanent dialogue with citizens, with municipalities, regions, and coordinating local action groups. So we will try to reduce the distance between citizens and public administrations. I think that is important.
Thank you very much, Grial. And we move on and ask Anibal Josami.
Streets to bring the university to the shanty towns. And I will take advantage to say that I will send for all of you by mail some videos that demonstrate the things that we were speaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anibal. That was really short. And we close by asking Denise about her action as a culture minister.
Thank you. I would invest in teacher training together with the universities in order to abandon vertical teaching. I mean the hierarchy of teaching. The teachers should learn how to learn, then teach. So we should pass into teachers that have to be trained for this conceptual change and to teach together based on science and arts in order to give pleasure and emotion together with the learning process. This will be very important, and for that we have to put teachers in the school ground with hands-on and together with the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to everybody, and also to the organizers for their patience and for us going over time. I think with this final round, we have exhausted your not only data, but also knowledge and wisdom with respect to the panel's challenge and ambition. And hence for me, not necessary, I believe now, to sum it all up, but we will be doing this later in the day when all the various session results will be brought together. But what I can see is that there has been lots of impetus on methodology and on mindset. Of course, also on institutions and on structures, but also on processes such as multi-stakeholder and networking. And when it comes to mindset, I just remind us of the reconciliation, bringing things together. I mean, stop that separatism and look at things from various distances, the binoculars, and also, of course, the multi-perspectivity. And another big one, the creativity and the neurosciences that really teach us to do things differently. Homo ludens, maybe quoted at that moment, and it came through in very many of your contributions. Participation and access, of course, that is the manifestation of cultural rights and of democracy and human rights in the cultural sector. That has also played his role. And yes, complexity, accepting the complexity of our days, but then getting ready and fit to be doing that. And here we are into the training of the trainer also, but also into the digital and in the enabling and empowerment for the digital and for the new world also, I guess, of artificial intelligence. I thank you very much once again, and yes, I'm looking forward to any possible future work and to making this contribution through this panel to the G20 and potential follow-up work that comes as an offspring of these political processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine.
This was quite something.
Thanks to all participants, thanks to the panelists and the speaker, our speaker, for this rich and inspiring session. We really apologize as we are running late, so I will quickly present the chairs of the next session, a session on changing perspectives for cultural heritage. So we are delighted to have Ms. Julia Polanco. She's an officer of the California Office for Historic Preservation, and she's also leads the California Cultural Resources Climate Change Task Force. And she's co-chair of the Climate Heritage Network, together with the co-chair of this session, Johan Hislop, who is the head of technical research and science at Historic Environment. So the floor is now on the chairs.
Thank you very much and good morning. Along with my esteemed co-chair, Dr. Johan Hislop, it is an honor to be with you today. With deep appreciation to the Italian Ministry of Culture, all of the organizers for this high-level cultural conversation. I am presently in Marin County, California, and respectfully acknowledge that this is the traditional home of the Coast Miwok people, many of whom today are tribal citizens of the Federated Indians of the Great Rancheria. It has been a full 2.5 days of thoughtful sessions, amazing actions, and hope that synergies will be the catalyst for increased ambition to meet the urgency that is upon us. This session aims to add to the conversation by exploring how culture has the capacity to support change and the transformations required for the challenges of our times. The speakers will highlight the ability of the heritage sector to connect and communicate with individuals and communities to support change and increase resiliency, while at the same time recognizing the need to strengthen capacity within our sector to increase awareness and harness new skills to inspire and to show the possible. New collaborative networks, such as the Climate Heritage Network, are needed to share good practices, promote innovative projects, train and mobilize the cultural heritage sector across the globe. There is no time to start from the beginning every time. Rather, we must capture frameworks, provide opportunities to build capacity in communities, and increase our rate of success. Culture is the mission. It is our mission in cultural heritage actors to honor the past, to ensure it remains a contributor to our past, to share the knowledge of our collective history, and to create a sustainable future. Culture delivers people to the conversation in active and inclusive ways. It is based in very deep science. How we apply the way we move through the world is the language that crosses all barriers, and culture does this. Technologies, partnerships, creative thinking contribute to the rich and detailed solutions for communities across the globe, all to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. Culture binds us in respect and value and humanity, a complement to the technical structural side, and it serves as a translator, a facilitator, and weaves ideas into a very strong cloth. Yesterday, one of the speakers remarked that culture delivers through to hope and to action, and we are at the precipice. This urgency is real, and as the world emerges from a pandemic, we simply cannot afford to let up on ambition. Issues of social justice, transition, and green recovery all must include cultural heritage as part of the solution to help drive change. And this includes behavioral changes, social cohesion that people need to make as well. We must ensure that every effort to multiply outcomes rather than have them be single issue focused, as we no longer have the luxury of time. We will hear from colleagues how they are creating frameworks, educating, sharing, listening, using technology to accelerate ideas for distribution. Cultural heritage actors are ready for action, equipped with solutions, and poised to help communities build their own capacity to connect local solutions to the global framework. This is critical to success in real time. As each of the speakers' bios have been provided in the notes, each will be briefly introduced, this to leave time for questions and answers. And please remember to use the Slido at any time during the presentations to pose your questions. We start with Albino Gepello. He is the head of programs for the African World Heritage Fund and co-chair of the Climate Heritage Network for Africa and the Middle East. Unfortunately, Albino was unable to be with us today, but he's provided an inspirational pre-recorded preservation of the African Climate Vulnerability Rapid Assessment Tool that includes World Heritage values. Please join me in watching.
Warm greetings to you all. It is my great pleasure to participate in this session on changing for cultural heritage and to talk very briefly about the Climate Vulnerability Index, or CVI, for cultural heritage in Africa. I should like to thank the chairs of this session, Iwan and Julie, and all partners of the CVI project. In much of Africa, the risks from climate change are pronounced as temperatures increase are projected to be higher than the global mean increase. Whether and how those who care for cultural heritage respond to those threats has profound implications for the wider cultural development context for the African continent and beyond, where the urgency for climate action must be factored into assessments of role of heritage as a driver, or in this case, as constraint for development. This requires understanding of the interaction between sustainable development, heritage management, and climate action. I work for the Africa World Heritage Fund, an intergovernmental organization created in 2006 by UNESCO and the Africa Union to develop a strategy to deal with the challenges relating to conservation and protection of natural and cultural heritage of outstanding universal value, such as the ruins of Kila Kiswani and Songomnara in Tanzania. The scope and urgency of the impending threats of World Heritage sites across Africa has warranted actions for part of the Africa World Heritage Fund and its partners. But despite several noteworthy initiatives, which resulted in the development of an overall strategy on managing heritage in the face of climate change, there is very limited understanding of the impact of climate change on each of the 137 World Heritage Sites in Africa. In 2019, the fund joined the Climate Heritage Network, a voluntary mutual support network of arts, culture, and heritage organizations committed to aiding their communities in tackling climate change and achieving the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. To increase the capacity of Africa heritage professionals and communities to adapt to climate change impact at cultural sites, the Africa World Heritage Fund joined forces with some members of the Climate Heritage Network to work with local partners and stakeholders to pilot and assess the utility of the Climate Vulnerability Index, CVI. So the CVI is a rapid vulnerability assessment tool to assess risk of physical and ecological impact of climate change on heritage values of sites and provide a high-level assessment of the economic, social, and cultural consequences of climate change for the site and associated community. So the CVI will be piloted at 2 African World Heritage Sites immediately at risk to climate change impacts and representing diverse heritage typologies and hazard profile. The first is Kila Kiswani in Tanzania, where a sea level rise in the Indian Ocean and increasingly intense storm activity is causing loss of ecological deposits and of land, exacerbating other socioeconomic and ecological stresses, including land management practices. The second case, the Sukur cultural landscape in Nigeria, is an inhabited landscape representing a continuum of human occupation, now threatened by changing rainfall patterns, windstorm, and reduced vegetation cover, which is impacting agricultural production and availability of cultural significant traditional building materials. So the CVI is designed to increase climate change equity at multiple levels, building durable connectivity between heritage management and regional centers of climate science, use of transparent stakeholder-driven process conducive to community-based identification and negotiation of risks, co-benefit trade-offs to achieve mutually beneficial outcomes while managing and minimizing conflict between conservation, climate action, sustainable development, and other goals. This pilot project hopes to create a strategy for long-term foundational training program on climate vulnerability assessment for heritage professionals in at-risk countries who can continue to monitor and assess vulnerability at cultural sites across the continent. Unfortunately, I was unable to take part of this session in real time, but I hope that Iwan, one of the co-chairs, as a partner of the CVI in Africa, would be able to answer many of the questions that you might have. I thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Albino, for joining us. And I think it's very inspiring, this project that has the capacity for heritage professionals and communities to adapt to climate change impacts on World Heritage Sites, and to further the possibilities that partners are conducting similar projects around the globe with an aim to create a self-implementing platform based on local priorities. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce Ángel Panero Pardo, the Chief Architect, Oficina de Supervisión del Consorcio de Santiago. He will be presenting urban cultural heritage, education, vocational training, and energy to preserve the future. Ángel?
No, Angel Panero Pardo, ma non parla? Era presente prima. Solo l'audio non funziona? So apparently the speaker has a technical issue. So maybe we can pass to the next speaker and we will solve the issue meanwhile. Thanks.
Very well. It is my pleasure to introduce Alison Tickle, the director of Julie's Bicycle. She will be talking to us today about change and culture change culture, change climate. We're very pleased to see you, Alison. Please proceed.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you to our amazing Italian hosts for inviting me to this important summit, and to the chair's organisers, fellow panellists and listeners. I really am honoured to be here. And I'm going to start by stating the obvious, that culture really can change the world, hence the importance of locating culture at the heart of global challenges. But what is less obvious is that the arts and culture as a whole, the system itself, the values that underpin our work, needs to change first. So what can we do to unleash our potential? So Julie's Bicycle, my company, has been exploring this question for almost 15 years, working with thousands of primarily arts and cultural organisations, unpicking the nuts and bolts of cultural practice to understand what it takes to fundamentally rethink how we work on net zero in buildings, tours, festivals, circular productions, restoring nature, and especially now, examining what justice and fairness really mean in cultural practice. How do we build it into our everyday? Apart from creative experiences themselves, which I'll come to later, I think that there are three connected priorities. The first, and we've heard a lot about this, is policy. The slowest to change, but the fastest to effect change. Policy is a golden thread. I know it works because in 2012, Arts Council England, which distributes around 600 million euros, made it a contractual obligation for 800 or so organisations to annually report their environmental impacts. Julie's Bicycle has been privileged to deliver this programme, and since then we've co-produced with the sector culturally specific carbon calculators and the largest how-to resource library anywhere, so that any cultural and arts organisation can take action. No one was asked to reduce their emissions, only to measure them. And the results speak for themselves, around 23 million euros in savings and 35% reductions in energy. Now the partnership has become more demanding, including science-based targets and net zero commitments for larger grantees. And to pull the key themes together, we're really focusing on a creative climate justice hub of resources and support. As a model, it makes sense, it's logical, and it could be adapted and rolled out. But policy, of course, is only as good as the people implementing it. So the second key priority is to reform cultural curricula, training and skills. This has also been really core to the work that we've been doing over the last 15 years. We need to lay critical foundations for international skills cooperation so we can scale global action whilst respecting that so much of what we do is local and specific to time, place and community. Spaces for exploration and excellence in every region, connected to community and place and to one another, will gather the abundance of knowledge that we already have, but we don't have enough people doing it. Perhaps we could establish a network of national task forces dedicated to creative education reform and also to address systemic imbalances across culture, our cultural just transition. Can we design net zero and nature positive pathways for all cultural activities in education and skills training, as well as ensuring that the cultural economy supports everyone, that levelling up agenda? In my experience, young people especially are longing for it, and this applies internationally. Some cultural economies, like my own in the UK, have to do the heavy lifting. What does that really look like? And we also need to seek out and support those creative pioneers who have been doing this for years, for generations, to save what is being lost for sure, and to learn from people who already know. There is no shortage of leadership. There is a chronic shortage of leadership support. And thirdly, we need more evidence to make the case for culture and to be accountable to Mother Earth. Yes, we need our net zero pathways and nature data, but also data from the field. So many of you have so much valuable data, living heritage alongside the storytellers and artists who filter the climate and justice crisis through the work. So investment into digital infrastructure to develop common metrics and frameworks and rapid knowledge exchange is urgent. If we agree that culture can change everything, we need consensus on what and how we collect evidence. And let's feed all this back to policy and keep the pressure up. How about a funded global task force dedicated solely to this field, advocating strenuously for policy transformation, as the Climate Heritage Network is really beginning to do? Can this be coordinated at the local, regional, national and international level and feed across to all other policy areas? I hope so, because we need culture to be understood once and for all as the very best opportunity humanity has to meet our current crises head on. So I'm just going to finish in making the obvious point that COVID has plunged the cultural community into its own great reckoning. But isn't it interesting that faced with existential threat, many in the cultural community have been busy not returning to business as usual, but leaning into climate action? And what about creativity itself? I believe that creatives and artists, and I've seen this many times, respond to the context in which they work, the systems and values that support them. And we're seeing a flowering of art and activism, exploring what it is to be a human being in relation to one another and Mother Earth. In short, a values shift, and this is the heart of what we can give. Culture and the arts are ready to change the world. They just need a little bit of help. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison, for the always inspiring conversation, some really great thoughts, and for the work you've all done to date that we can certainly learn from and share. We appreciate it. I'm hoping now we have audio for Angel, and he's ready for us. Senor Pardo, do you have audio? Can you
hear me now?
Yes, yay.
But you don't see me. You don't see me now.
We don't see you, but we can hear you.
Sorry. So let's go. Sorry for that. I don't know what happens. Good afternoon from Santiago de Compostela. Thank you very much to the Ministerio de la Cultura for the invitation and the opportunity to exchange knowledge. Thanks to all colleagues listening. Referring to the management of urban cultural heritage, everything seems to indicate that not only because of climate change combat, we are facing a critical moment. Historic cities have survived even worse situations in the history and are a model of reference. But for that, preservation of urban heritage no longer requires both caution and defensive public politics, as much as a broad collective commitment to the future. Admitting that urban cultural heritage has been and remains in a process of continuous change, the scene of people's daily life, we propose to investigate new strategies to engage active responsibility of citizens and promote alternative approaches to its conservation. We are facing a great opportunity arising both from the actions needed to address climate change and the urban deficits that the pandemic has exposed, to urgently reintroduce into our urban agenda aspects of the management of cities ignored for more than a century by politicians, citizens, economists, architects, urban planners, and urban heritage specialists. And those essential aspects to be recovered are within what the UNESCO recommendation called historical urban landscape. But how can we successfully walk towards that collective commitment? Only in the medium term, hand in hand with education and vocational training, and introducing a coherent, wide, and transversal discourse of energy in historic cities, will be able to advance. I want to point to the 3 lines of work. The 3 require intensive education and training for the main actors. The first one has to do with urban education for all. Basically, it means that education is not only a tool to know urban heritage, but much more, it becomes a tool to promote active management of urban heritage, because knowledge leads inhabitants themselves to end up assuming the management of their urban environment. With this objective, we propose to learn and transfer to urban heritage field the experience and success of land stewardship that has been operating for more than a century in the field of protection of natural heritage. The second one involves the training of workers, transforming the construction sector to boost the economy of building renovation, and even more profitable, that of preventive maintenance of buildings, which will generate local employment and new economic opportunities. The third has to do with the introduction of energy into the World Heritage Cities urban agenda, and it also requires training, innovation, and dissemination of knowledge, because it is about reincorporating aspects unfortunately forgotten during the last century. How we manage water or urban greenery, or how agricultural crops can be a factor in urban land management and local economy, are in the genetic code of all historic cities, and must be again in that of the future city we dream with. That is why we are proposing to end with a traditional heritage list of architectural elements to protect for their historical value, and to start talking about a list of architectural elements with value for managing energy. It sounds radical, but as we show in Santiago de Compostela, both lists are quite similar. Medieval masonry walls become batteries and galleries become solar collectors, but with the advantage that it is easier to understand each other with citizens talking about energy rather than about the abstract historical value of any architectural element. Thus, for example, wood is no longer a material to be conserved because it is traditional, but because it is one of the very few construction materials that are produced with solar energy, and in a state of emitting greenhouse gases in its production, it captures them. In short, urban heritage dealing must be recognized as an opportunity to transform urban culture, promoting education, training, knowledge, innovation, and local economy. Urban cultural heritage is therefore a reference model for the future, and its protection should be understood as an opportunity to make a better city for all, in strict compliance with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030. We all know that the future of humankind depends on it. I want to end with a reflection by Walter Benjamin. In every era, a new attempt must be made to wrest tradition from the arms of the conformity that is about to dominate it. Thank you very much, and sorry for the problems, technical problems. I'm very bad with computers. And now I don't hear you. Sorry.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We were happy to hear your voice and have your words so enthusiastically letting us know about the correlation of energy and heritage in urban settings. I now turn the chair over to Ewan Heslop, who will take it from here. Ewan?
Thank you, Julie. It's my great pleasure to introduce the remaining 3 speakers in our session on managing perspectives for cultural, on changing perspectives for cultural heritage. I'd now like to introduce Massimo Ossana, who's Director General of Museums for the Italian Ministry of Culture. And he's going to speak to us today on the National Museum Network, Enhancing Through Conserving. Professor Ossana.
Thank you very much. Hi to everybody. I would like to focus today on two seemingly unconnected elements: the digital divide, together with the lack of uniformity in the path of a complete digital transformation, and the climate crisis and the necessity of a program maintenance, showing which project the Directorate, the General Museum, is putting in place in order to overcome these challenges in the field of knowledge, preservation, and enhancement of Italian cultural sites. With regard to the first aspect, as we know, the COVID pandemic made the availability of appropriate digital tools essential for museum and cultural institutions in order to permit not only the enjoyment of cultural heritage, but also its knowledge, study, and preservation remotely. Much was said about the great development of digital tools for the enjoyment of cultural sites during the lockdown period. This is where we began to carry out a wider and more ambitious project, bringing attention beyond the pandemic to the related but different field of those places that also in normal times are not accessible to visitor and hardly accessible to scholar: the museum storeroom, the museum depositories. Our aim is to enhance them and make them library of object, library of knowledge, adopting a strategy that integrates traditional physical use and digital innovation. The Directorate is working on pilot initiative with a focus on some specific depositories representing different types. In particular, we are elaborating experimental protocols for the enjoyment of artworks and artifacts not on display. On the one hand, 3D surveys and creation of an open source digital archive. On the other hand, planning and development of laboratory spaces as halls for study, research, storage, and temporary exhibition. We will facilitate the involvement of national and international museum, research institute, and university in order to promote knowledge exchange, to improve the expected result, and lastly, to export the project as example of a best practice. Anyway, for us, it's very important to put in the middle the research for the knowledge and also for the enhancement of cultural heritage is for us fundamental. A further wide project the Directorate is working is also related to the aspect of digital transformation and knowledge and digital transformation and knowledge promotion we just spoke about, but it also connected to the climate crisis. It's a project aimed at increasing knowledge in order to produce a grand plan of program maintenance in each cultural site of the Italian national museum system. We found that maintenance activity in our museum, monument and archaeological sites are carried out unevenly and not on the basis of extended knowledge. In fact, we don't have a plan of knowledge, a survey, and we realized in survey, and we understood that 18% of our cultural sites lack of graphic survey, of a documentation of the building, of the ruin in an archaeological park. So really, there is a huge lack of knowledge, and we need a huge plan of knowledge, and also a plan of knowledge that go in the way of the digital transformation, because also a lot of graphic documentation we have is not non-digital. So it's very important to realize a huge plan of knowledge of all the museum. Also, the problem is that 70% of the exhibition space and depositories is not subject to microclimatic and environmental monitoring. So also this is a problem. Maintenance activity are generally focused on just a few essential elements, just so like cleaning service, green areas, water and electric installation. But we lack a systematic maintenance program. So therefore, the Directorate of General Museum is coordinating and supporting, directing through national and international cooperation, a wide project aimed at increasing knowledge, starting from an extended survey of based on digital and homogeneous methodology. Contemporarily, we are creating standardized guidelines for monitoring. This is a new approach for Italy that can prevent negative phenomena on a large scale. Of course, I starting from my experience in Pompeii, so in the as director of the archaeological park of Pompeii in the last 7 years. There we organized a huge program of ordinary maintenance and programmed conservation that now really changed the situation of the archaeological park. And now we want to extend to the other archaeological park in Italy and also to the museum. So, in order to conclude, here we come to the climate crisis. In Italy, like in many other parts of the world, we can clearly notice its effect, especially in more frequent and violent adverse natural phenomena. This makes our cultural heritage even more vulnerable. The risk is not just about Venice; it's also about our numerous archaeological areas, historic garden. So we are the most exposed, which are more really exposed to this phenomenon. So it's really important now to start with a new approach, in a systematic approach. And as we say, the cultural heritage belongs to everyone. So treats are global, and only knowledge and sharing knowledge on a global scale can let us overcome this challenge. Thank you.
Professor Asana, thank you for your insightful presentation on the value of digital transformation to increase access to cultural knowledge and also to proactively manage culture. Very, very valuable. Our next presentation is from Dwinita Larasati, who joins us from Indonesia, where she's chairperson of the Bandung Creative City Forum within the Indonesia Creative Cities Network, and that's part of the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. The title of her presentation is Inclusive Creative Economy for a Resilient Society. Welcome, Dwinita. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening from my time zone. It is such a great pleasure to be able to share a bit of thoughts in this prominent forum about design for social change, which is the theme I was given, within the context of perspectives for cultural heritage. Thank you to G20 and team for the valuable opportunity. Most of my viewpoints in this talk would come from the perspectives of communities. Please allow me to start with the city of Bandung as an example to talk about design and social change. Bandung joined UNESCO Creative Cities Network as a city of design in 2015 by referring to design not only as a certain aesthetics or functional qualities of an object, service, or system, but as a tool of thinking applied by citizens and communities to respond to their surrounding problems. We use creativity as a strategy to lessen the gap between people and government, between people and policy, and we have been doing interventions in public spaces in the form of urban games, raising many urban issues such as green open space, heritage, local SMEs, and so on. We have been making experiments and prototypes as urban solutions to show how a city can work better. We create experience of how a city can be more livable and lovable. In the next slide, we illustrate that we practice the concept of urban acupuncture. Can we have the next slide, please? That considers a city as an organic entity, not unlike a human body. It has its centers for thinking, breathing, sensing, and disposing, systems that process and distribute nutrition and energy. It has memories and hopes for the future. These urban interventions are within the context of creative economy ecosystem, leading to the establishment of Indonesia Creative Cities Network. It is a hub organization that connects community members in more than 200 cities from all over Indonesia, each implementing similar methods for its own particular issues and priorities. Society becomes an active stakeholder of a city, building social innovations and resilience to create an inclusive urban future. In the next slide, if I may have it, please. We have a model taken from our white paper and policy recommendation for U20 Riyadh 2020 last year that illustrates how creative economy supports a human-centered development to reach the sustainable development goal. If I can have the next slide, please. Here, we discuss how people in creative economy sectors are most capable to adapt to future challenges due to their three main characteristics. Can I have the next slide, please? The first one is high-order cognitive skills, such as originality, which tend to actively seek out new business ideas to enhance various traditional services. The second characteristic is technology savviness in the various aspects of business, the agility in combining or mastering advanced technology that has become indispensable in creative industries, products, and services. The third characteristic is skills that characterize creative communities, which is the interpersonal ability that has been coexisting within the creative economy ecosystem, where individuals and communities blend to redefine the conventional concepts of professions into the more updated context of roles and functions with higher flexibilities in current and future occupations. We are convinced that inclusive creative economy lead to wide opportunities for relevant growth of societies that are resilient to answer to the challenges of SDGs, including the preservation and activation of cultural heritage, in choosing what's relevant in order to create our own living heritage to hand over to the future generations. With this, I conclude my talk. Thank you.
Dominita, thank you so much for that inspirational presentation. I love the concept of urban acupuncture, and I think your talk touches on this morning's earlier session about laboratories for creativity and innovation, and the concept of a creative economic ecosystem is very, very exciting. Thank you very much for that. Our final speaker in this session comes not from the cultural heritage world, but is an expert in communication of science, in particular of climate change. It's my great pleasure to introduce Tit Meng Lim, who is Chief Executive of the Singapore Science Centre. Dr. Lim is going to speak to us today on climate change, communication and engagement. Dr. Lim, please.
Thank you, Ewan. May I have the first slide, please? Well, I think my talk will echo the previous speaker quite well because as a science center, we really look at climate change as a complex issue. And we don't just want to talk about it, but we want to communicate and engage and empower our people. And we position ourselves, either a science center or a museum, as a safe place for difficult conversation. And as we all know that climate change, indeed, when it was first introduced to the world, it was something that people thought, well, is it true or not? But at Science Center Singapore, we already foresaw that this is scientifically evidence trend. And therefore, in 2008, we already started our first installation of the climate change exhibition. Now, when we first put it up, it was just to engage and to create a conversation. And when we first started, there were some skeptics. Even our government wasn't very sure if we should talk so much about climate change. But when we went into the 2010 and so, when climate change became so surely is something that you cannot deny, we went into the second iteration and we call it climate change, climate challenge. We really want to tell people that now we have to face it. It is a challenge that you cannot sweep away. And in fact, our government gave us grants to enhance the exhibition, to make it even more powerful and more engaging, and even telling the Singapore story upfront without really hiding anything. And we are now into the third iteration, which is we call climate changed. It is already changed, so we have to do something. And shown here are pictures of what we have in the gallery, including a very interesting object theater, because we need to really communicate the complexity of climate change to all our audience. And from the awareness, we then call people to action. And to the top left, you can see the Singapore climate change strategy, which is in our second iteration because the government say that we must tell our Singapore story. And not only just tell the Singapore story, our Singapore government also embrace this sustainability in a big way. We just announced our 2030 Green Plan not too long ago. And before that, Science Center being an agent for change, an agent for really engaging people to come for action and do something about this climate change and sustainability challenge. We even bring our events into our President ground, Istana. So every year, 1st of May, we would go to the Istana ground, we do workshop, we engage the public, both local and foreigners to come in. And in the bottom left picture, you can see our President Halimah, and she's always a guest of honor. She's always hosting this big event to tell our Singaporeans that we really have to plan for the future. And the events are all shouting about the SDG. And not only the government, we also engage our private sector, our corporates in Singapore. So the STEM showcase is actually funded by our Temasek Foundation. And through the funding, we run workshop for students, we make them do design thinking, and they come up with solutions that will address climate change issue, environmental issue, and so on. And they will do a showcase. They will also go and engage the public and tell the public what's all about. And we even have challenges and competition. On the bottom right-hand side is a school team celebrating the success. They decided to make use of the hot sun in Singapore to convert the hot energy into energy that they can store to dry the laundry at home. And on the top right is a new poster given out by our Ministry of Education because the whole nation is now engaged. And we really want to nurture and steward our people for environmental awareness, climate change awareness. And this is part and parcel of our Singapore Green Plan 2030, including food security. And we also know that Singapore being a small island, we cannot just look at our own challenges. We are in a region of ASEAN, we're in the region of Asia Pacific. And therefore, as a Science Center, we got grants to run our ASEAN Youth Workshop. We invite ASEAN students from Indonesia, Cambodia, Philippines, and so on and so forth. They come together and co-create solutions addressing their local challenge. And we mix them into teams, and they come together and they'll say, my Indonesian problem is more urgent. Can you help and solve that? And the team will agree and they'll propose the solutions to a panel. And this, you can see the picture of how we brought the ASEAN youth to come under one roof, and they spent 5 days with us. They went through workshop, they went through design thinking, and they would then pitch for their ideas towards the last day. And we also brought this kind of concept to the whole of Asia Pacific. I happen to be the president of the Asia Pacific Science Center Network. So we call upon all the science centers to come together and say, can we work together as science centers to contribute towards a better world, tackle climate change and sustainability problems towards SDG 2030. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. And I know, even although you're not from cultural heritage, you use the term stewardship, which we heard earlier from Angel. So I think there's some very far behind on time. I'd like to ask Julianne to come in with a question first. Could you, Julie?
There we go. I'm having trouble unmuting myself. We have a question. What is the role
Julie.
of artists?
Oh no, now you're muted again.
It's very odd. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, good. It's opposite for some reason. We have a question, I think, for Alison. What is the role of artists in the process of engaging communities and the next generation?
Thanks for that question. It's a great question. So the role of artists, well, artists, so, as we so often know, they're so deeply rooted in localities, in place. They're deeply connected to the sort of big questions, but able to interpret and express it in the myriad of ways wherever they are. They, as mediators, I think they're they are some of the most important people that we have on Earth. And I think our role is really to support those voices by building a context in which they can work really well. They need to be celebrated, they need to be championed, and they do need to be financially supported in a way that actually I don't think we have. We tend to focus work on infrastructure rather than on people and enterprise and on stewardship. So I think our artists really are the most important part of this. Our artists and our makers, our creators, our narrative builders, our living heritage stewards are the most important part of this, but we do need to really support them and think about what it is that's going to make it possible for them to pull the particulars of place and community into these big arenas.
Thank you, Alison. I couldn't agree with you more, and I think the things you talked about, the three parts of policy and weaving those all together are really so important to make that circular connectivity for greater change. And I really appreciate that you set that framework in a way that's really easy to understand and yet really complex at the same time, and really manages to let us know the work we have before us. Ewan, we have no further questions. Do you perhaps want to pose a question of one of our panelists?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask Professor Asana, who very strongly made the case for digital transformation within our sector. But I'd like to ask him about the potential of skills gap. Does our sector need to train in terms of digital in order to harness those potentials that he was speaking about? Professor Osama, we cannot hear you. I don't know if you're with us.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes,
so
we hear you.
So okay, and your voice was not so. I didn't hear perfectly. You asked about the skill that we need in the organizing this digital transformation.
Yes. Do we have a gap that we need to fill?
Okay, of course. Now we're doing this huge survey of the state of the situation of our museum, of the documentation we have of all the. So, and of course the panorama is not homogeneous. There are museum like Pompeii, Uffizi, Colosseo, so the big museum. They have inside professionality, they have specialists, they can manage this transformation. But there are a lot of small museums everywhere, but also very important everywhere in Italy, from Tuscany to Calabria, that need this the personnel that can approach in a new way all the process. So we are creating a group in the directorate of the General Museum, and also in cooperation with another director, the director of Digital Library. So a colleague, Laura Moro, she's really organizing all the process in order to be ready to this transformation. So I'm very optimistic now that after our survey that was a little bit depressive because we understood how big is the problem. But now we have the knowledge of the problem, and we are starting to approach this in a new way, this problem.
Thank you. I have another question for Angel from Santiago. Angel, you made this very strong case for harnessing the potential within historic architectural elements of a city and using that urban heritage to address the climate challenges that we have in terms of supporting renewable energy efficiency, building renovation, etc. How do you, and first of all, do you meet resistance in terms of the conventional, if I may say, protectionism that we sometimes see or we have traditionally seen within heritage, and how are you dealing with that?
You hear me now? Yes. Sorry. Well, I think that the main issue is that we have a big gap with citizens. You know, we have a lot of politics in our urban heritage cities, but mainly, most of the times, this politics ends in a bureaucratic circle that throw away people who live inside and have daily problems that we try to resolve. Right? So the question is that even the climate change combat, or for instance, the fight against all the problems that we saw during this pandemic, the question is that we can find some reference in the historic cities that shows us how to manage the life in community. And this is very important because if we are able to throw away the traditional politics to approach the problems, that means bureaucratic politics mainly, I think we have a great opportunity to link people with the objectives of urban heritage protection. I think that works very well, and we have some experience here that allow us to think that in the future is no other way to understand how can we deal with citizens in the historic cities.
Thank you. So that takes me to the last question I would like to ask. We are quite short of time. I'm aware of that. Which takes your point, Angel, towards the power of communities and creativity, and the energy that untapped energy that sits there in terms of creativity in the arts and culture. And so, to the presentations from Duanita and Dr. Lim, where we saw that, we saw the potential for communities to act as incubators for creativity, for innovation, for generating economic benefits, and for tackling environmental problems as well. And I just wanted to ask Duanita and then Dr. Lim just to come in on that a bit more in terms of that ability to empower people to take action at the bottom level, if you like, and influence policy by pushing upwards, which I think is what Angel is talking about too. Duanita, could you just comment on that? And in particular, I think the comment that you made on urban acupuncture, I thought was fascinating, and the holisticness of a city.
Yeah, thank you. If I may, because going back to the subject of this session, talk about heritage, talk about preservation, and so on. Most of us, it's about mindset, because why would you preserve something if it gives you bad memories, if it gives you bad history, for example, especially for us in Southeast Asia. So we always thought that to fight something, to preserve something, to have it like a human being, a city should have a memory, should have a history, otherwise it's a crazy person, otherwise it's a crazy city. That's why some of us still can accept to keep the heritage, but for some people maybe it's hard, for some people it's maybe not important. And then for them, that's why we should have this appropriate narrative for them to have this similar mindset, similar perception, to make whatever is there relevant for the future. So that's why in my last sentence I mentioned about how to keep choose how to keep, how to what to bring in the future and what to give, because what we're doing now will be a heritage for the future generation. So what would we like to hand over to them? So that's my take actually. So with creativity and with the holistic kind of thinking, I think we can persuade people to also have this common knowledge and common wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Lim.
Yes, I really like Duanita's summary, and I echo that, because indeed our science and technology is going to be the heritage in the future, and the science and technology that actually push our civilization and heritage into the new realm, so to speak. I just want to summarize by saying that we believe in the power of the youth And you see a lot of young people, they're very worried about whether when they grow up, the world is sustainable for them. So at the Science Center, we combine the power of the youth and the power of the science, technology, engineering, and maths, combining with the creativity, with the social mindset, the ethical accountability of being responsible inhabitants of this planet Earth. And what we do at the Science Center to motivate ground-up actions through the power of youth plus the power of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths. And with this, we invite corporation, we invite government, we even influence the government to run formal curriculum into sustainability through applied learning. So I'll just stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm aware of time and we are running late, so I think I'd probably better stop the Q&A there. I would like to give a more comprehensive conclusion and summary now, but I'm going to hold off till the end of the afternoon where the chairs will come back and give a summary session. What I would like to say is that the objective of our session was to explore how cultural heritage has the capacity to support change and transformation that are required by the grand challenges of our times. And I'd like to thank the speakers for doing exactly that. And I think we have heard how heritage can equip communities with solutions to help build their own capacity and provide resilience at a local scale to global scale challenges. So thank you very much. The session now concludes. We have another short video from the Central Institute of Restoration before we hand back to the G20 presidency in Rome. Before I do that, I'd just like to thank, on behalf of myself and my co-chair, Julianne Polanco, thank again our panel of expert speakers for their excellent and thought-provoking presentations, and to our audience for your questions. That ends this session on changing perspectives for cultural heritage. Thank you for taking part.
Thanks, everyone. It was another rich session. We talk about the transformative role of culture, again, of culture as a safe place for a difficult conversation, and also as a space to co-create solutions for an increasingly challenging society. So we need for this, to address these new skills, to manage and protect cultural heritage. And the chair of the next session, which focuses on this topic, is the Director General of the International Center for the Study and Restoration of Cultural Property, ICROM, Weber Ndoro, who also, well, in the past, has an extensive experience on cultural heritage, and it also has been formerly the director of the African World Heritage Fund based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Mr. Ndoro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the introduction. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all the participants. I welcome you to this session on new skills to manage and protect cultural heritage. It is an honor for us all to be involved in this webinar, whose general aim is to define new agenda for G20 countries to address the main opportunities ahead and the ensuring policy challenges in order to promote new forms of cooperation and joint initiatives in the post-pandemic scenario in which the search for new development drivers is particularly necessary and calls for innovative perspectives and choices. The pandemic and indeed the post-pandemic period will require new skills to ensure conservation and management of cultural heritage. This will require new capacity building efforts and training methodologies. In the heritage sector, our training institutions have to also realize that it is not business as usual, but that new thinking and efforts are required given the shrinking budgets due to competing issues. For example, the pressures exerted by climate change and urbanization. All these will require new skill sets and ability to work with others in other disciplines. We also need to learn on how to harness the new technologies, not only to protect and conserve heritage, but to ensure that all stakeholders have access to the heritage and that their heritage, which may be different from ours, is also protected, promoted, and preserved. To discuss some of these issues, we have a multi-talented and experienced panel, and I don't want to waste your time. I want to go straight ahead into the topics, and I will therefore ask Vincenzo Tiron to introduce himself and make his presentation. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. It's a great honor to be here. Slide, please. Can I use slide? Yeah, thank you. In Destiny of Europe, one of the most original and eccentric Italian writers of the 20th century, Alberto Savinio, praises a man capable of having at least 3 ideas at a time. I want to start from this image from my contribution, which is divided into 3 parts. The first one. We are witnessing a Copernican revolution. Many cultural paradigms are being radically questioned, calling into evaluation traditional higher educational models. It's no longer possible to think of the school as a system committed only to guard over reality, with a rigid separation between disciplines. We need to get out of the comfort zone. If the world changes, education must change along with it. We need a flexible, open education system. capable of establishing connections between different fields and knowledge. With this in mind, today's institutions could look at the philosophy underlying that school of democracy that was the Bauhaus. Following Gropius' prophetic lesson, the university and higher education institutes of tomorrow must also begin to connect distant and different worlds. Humanities and technologies must abandon a vertical vision and interact with each other, drawing the space of a horizontal and dynamic cultural field. In the future, we need rigorous yet hybrid jobs requiring both humanistic and technological complex skills. This passage was documented by the research on new knowledge and new skills for cultural heritage, conducted in 2020 by the School of Cultural Heritage and Activities Foundation of the Italian Ministry of Culture. Within its applied research activities, the foundation carried out a survey on the cultural heritage labor system in Italy. This topic is at the center of the European debate, in which the foundation takes part as a partner of Charter, a project funded under the Erasmus Plus program to develop a European strategy for cultural heritage professions. The research revealed a picture on profiles, skills, and training in the cultural heritage sector. We need classic professionals who work in preservation, conservation, management, and research, yet also professionals able to improve knowledge and awareness of Italian heritage and culture, and hybrid and mobile professionals able to work across media and disciplines. To keep up with the complex sector, we need to think in museums and archaeological sites as a complex realities where computer scientists and technologists dialogue directly with art historians, conservators, jurists, communication and psychology experts. Here is the new Bauhaus. This seemed the only possible way to know our historical heritage and at the same time to develop the opportunities offered by the web, enriching platforms, sites, and social network devices, apps, video games, and experiments related to virtual and augmented reality and e-learning programs, MOOCs. This topic is a priority for the School of Cultural Heritage. It is an institute dedicated to training, research, and advanced studies with the mission of empowering professionals within the management of cultural heritage in support of innovation policies and skills improvement. The principal focal point in the training of the future leadership across museums, archaeological sites, libraries, archives, the training of cultural professionals in Italy and in countries with which Italy has intense diplomatic relations. Third part. The school wants to become a trade union of a wide and multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary network connecting international higher education institutes, universities, and research centers. We propose an international institutional working group. We can identify the common principles and criteria necessary to shape innovative, hybrid, and effective approaches to both research and training. It's an ambitious project, yes, I know, but we are aware that only by aiming for innovative approaches to training and research, we can able to face the challenge ahead for us. We are in a life-changing historical phase in which we need imagination, vision, and the ability to connect words, culture, and practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I also want to remind presenters that we have limited time. I also want to remind the audience to send their questions so that at the end we can have a fruitful discussion. Let me not again waste time. Let me therefore introduce to you Cristina Gonzalez Longo. Can you make your presentation? And please, first of all, present yourself, who you are, and then we can go into your presentation.
Thank you very much. If you can please share the slides. I'm not able to. Thank you. So I'm Cristina González Longo. I'm the president of ICOMOS-CIF. It's one of the 30 international scientific committees that ICOMOS has, ICOMOS being the International Council for Monuments and Sites, and tries to further conservation, protection, enhancement, and use of places of cultural heritage. Also, I'm an associate professor and director of the Masters in Architectural Design for the Conservation of Built Environment at the University of Strathclyde, a course that I created. So I talk from the point of view of also a practitioner because I'm a chartered architect as well. You can move to the next slide, please.
Can we move the slide?
So I first wanted to talk to you about competence because I think current global narratives take maybe this word as a bit of lightly meaning. And just remind everyone, competence is not just to do a degree or to do some training course. It's a combination of knowledge, skills, and experience. Thereafter requires time. And what we can achieve now is with new technologies and more research, we are in a better position to make that process perhaps shorter. But there are no really shortcuts as such. It's quite specific you have to do for certain professions like my own. To be an architect specialized in conservation, first you need to be a professional architect and requires a series set of education and skills. At ICOMOS, we developed back in 1993 these guidelines that are actually used in many professional organizations, also in courses, specialist courses in conservation as a standard for accreditation as learning outcome assessment. It's quite remarkable that being 28 years old, they are so relevant today. And why they are so relevant is because they were written by people that had the competence on what they were writing about. And if you look at it, it's not just specialist skills on conservation, but talks very much about other important skills, transferable skills, intellectual skills that in our courses you have to embed. It's not just about a specialist. A specialist is only at the middle, let's say. Things have to start much earlier, in earlier years, when we have to embed creativity, as has been really good to attend this morning or the earlier session, listening colleagues talking about, neurological science and how pedagogies, research and pedagogy, we have learned so many things that we didn't know 100 years ago, where we started establishing things in terms of teaching conservation. So we have to really use all that and bring it to the current pressure that we are very much doing at ICOMOS-CIF of looking at climate change, digitalization, and accessibility as well. Very important question. Next slide, please. The next important aspect, first, as I say, competence. Without competence, you cannot do really anything. is cooperation. And I think NICOMOS, with over 10,000 members with all sorts of professions relating to cultural heritage, members in 151 countries and 30, as I say, specialists in international committees, we know very much the value and the good outcomes that you get through collaboration and cooperation. And we know that cultural heritage contributes to quality of life and the well-being of citizens, so really relates to everyone. And although in CIF we focus very much in the conservation and started looking at the professionals, these days we are really looking at training at all parts of society, including general public, politicians, all people. Really has to do with cultural heritage. And there are incredibly good initiatives out there of UNESCO and many other organizations. And we have to really remind ourselves two very important aspects in terms of references. And it's the UN Sustainable Development Goals that I think everybody now is working towards that, which is a great thing, universities and organizations. And I think could be a common language to share scope, values, and efforts. But also I want to remind about the child rights. As I say, education has to start in early ages, and is what UNICEF say is everything is embedded there. If you don't act in the early years, you're going to have really problems in the further development of these the people. So we need to really integrate all these aspects. And it was great to hear also colleagues from IPCC, and I will stay with something they say. They initially focus very much in technology, and they realize the technology in itself doesn't do anything. It's the human component. And also I put this picture because we talk about the green, of course, but it's also the blue economy that we have to think about, and it's really, really on us as well. So we have to, it's the green and the blue, I will say, economy. Next slide, please. So because many things have been already said, so I don't want to repeat, although it's good repeating as well in terms of making people aware of various issues. But just to give some proposals, we really need to ensure this specialized and adequate education. But something strikes me, part of my access to my course, my own master's course, I asked the students to provide a personal statement saying why they want to come for the course. And I can say almost in every case, students refer to a childhood experience that brought them to further their studies in cultural heritage. And many times it's about, most of the times it's about families bringing them to cultural heritage sites or visits with the school. We really need to build on that. It's obviously, I think evidence tells you that this works. So if you embed in these early years children the interest to that, they are going to be ultimately overall better citizens, and then many of them could go actually into the profession. So it's something we have to really work all together, and what we have to make also is lifelong education, because I have also mature students, for example, and it's really great to see people that maybe change career at some point of their life, and we have to make things accessible for that movement in all directions, because we talk about horizontality, but should be vertical, should be in all 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional. And what I propose really is to have these cultural places that we have seen now with the pandemic, how many of them suffer economically, where universities will have been keeping going. I think there's a partnership there to take place, and there are examples we have in here, so such as successful examples. We know how to do it. So as someone said earlier on, let's maybe stop talking and let's go and do it, because we know exactly what needs to be done. And creativity, some people question the issue of creativity or design in conservation, which is absolutely, if you look back to history, this is how we kept things, because things have been in a creative way intervened on, and we have managed to bring it to today, and we should pass it in a good shape to tomorrow. But the challenge of the poverty, digital poverty, and the climate change are really big ones to address. So it's not only for us, we have to think about the ones who are not here, and these are the ones that are more in need and they have to be integrated. And overall, a scientific approach is what I think I ask more for. I think cultural heritage unites, but could also divide, and the difference is education. With good education, people understand each other and make things possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I think with the efforts of the first one, particularly trying to hit more people than just the professionals, I think we will come back to that discussion. Louis Bonnet, are you ready? And we will have your presentation, and please just 1 or 2 sentences on who you are.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor for me. I'm professor at the University of Barcelona. I'm the director of the Cultural Management Program there. I'm at the same time the coordinator of the Charter project that my 2 previous speakers are part of this project funded by the European Union, and I am a former president of ENCAT. So I will share with you some ideas, but they are connected with some things that Lorenzo Cassini said this morning. And I think it's interesting to connect things. He used 2 key words, harmonization and complexity. And I think these are quite important because for one side, we need more harmonizations in connecting the educational system and the professional system. So in a way, we have 2 markets. The educational market, where the suppliers are the trainers, the professors, and the academic schools, and the demand are the professionals. But the professionals at the same time are the supply for the final customers of cultural heritage field. So we need to understand why these 2 markets don't work easily together. What are the gaps between 2, and what we have to do in order to fulfill these kind of gaps? I think, for instance, Vincenzo Trione just exposed from the point of view of the educational field what are our challenges. And I think the main one is to be less rigid, to be less discipline-oriented and more interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary-oriented, which means, in a way, this capacity of thinking of this hybridization of professionals, this holistic approach that we need to offer to our students. Because these students could be both students who just are in the beginning of their careers or long life learning professionals that needs to come back to schools in order to refresh their own training needs. But that happens, and I'm using now the second key word used by Lorenzo Cassini this morning, the concept of complexity, because what we see is that there are a rapid technological change, much rapid that we used to be habituated. There is as well a social change. So the value of society, even the value of cultural heritage, it is different, it's perceived different. The concept of aura, it is not perceived as it was perceived 50 years ago. So that means that we have to rethink the ways we give value and we share value and we create together value with society. And this is important, especially if we think in a post-colonial approach, that we are not just the only ones who knows about, but it is something that we have to do, sharing with other people. But there's as well a changing in the way of working and on the way of leisure. And there was as well this morning another connection between leisure and working and how this is changing as well. And Christina just said before that some very important experiences in the leisure time could be the initial force for having professionals who commit on favor of cultural heritage. So what are the key factors that could support this change and this connection between these 2 systems? I think we need a recognition system, a shared recognition system of professionals and of training and education. This is not something easy because each one of us comes from a different tradition, and breaking traditions in order to agree without imposing, but accepting the point of view of the other and learning together, this is a big challenge. A second challenge which is connected with this is cooperation. We need much more cooperation. I think here we have ICROM, we have ICOMOS, we have ICOM, we have ENCAT, we have many networks, and networking is key because many of cultural heritage professionals are freelance, works because they dominate their own skills through their own experience, but it is very important to be connected internationally and to be recognized internationally. So we need to allow mobility of professionals, mobility of ideas, mobility of training, because that could help this idea. And finally, the idea of transparency of the job offers, because many times the connections are very short oriented in the sense that there are little capacity to connect, to go people from one place to another, to learn from other people. So for me, these are some of the advice that we need to share with policymakers, because if we tell them, yeah, what is important now is to build together alliances, cooperations, recognition systems, ensuring mobility, and a more transparent job market. I think that could help to connect both systems, the educational one and the professional one. Thank you.
Thank you for your thought-provoking comments. And again, we'll come back to some of the discussions on this. Xavier Griff, are you around? Is it possible for you to introduce yourself and make your presentation?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the Italian presidency and for the Ministry of Culture for their invitation. I am a professor in the University in Paris, where I manage the PhD program in Economics of Arts, and I am a member of the Scientific Committee of the Louvre. Since time is running off, I just would like to develop very rapidly two ideas and two recommendations. About the two ideas, they emerge from this pandemic time of variants. And we have seen two things mainly. The first thing is that the first resource for cultural heritage conservation and valorization is very likely the attention. But if we want to aggregate the attention of everybody in the society, we have to take into consideration all the forms of cultural heritage, and not only the most well-known. It doesn't mean that you have to neglect these last ones, but it means that you have absolutely to consider that heritage is not only but listed or registered, but it belongs to all the communities, all the territories, and we have to take these into consideration. In a sense, we can say that heritage is no more a word, but a verb. The second thing is that naturally, we know that the funding is a very strong constraint, and probably more and more. There is one thing that is very interesting, that it is that in many countries, before the COVID time, we had a reduction of cultural expenditures, even in my own country, which was renowned for spending a lot of money for culture. And we have to care about that, because some of the main resources that we expected, mainly for tourism, for example, are decreasing too. Therefore, we have to care a lot about these two elements. Now, I come to the two main recommendations. The first one is more related to the skills that are located, I should say, in the art side of cultural heritage. And the second one will be on the soft side of cultural heritage. About the art side, I should say that we have to care more and more in terms of circular economy to answer to the challenge, naturally, of the funding, but to answer to the challenge of sustainability too. But when we speak in terms of circular economy, we have not only to speak in terms of economies of materials and things like that. We have to think in such a way that when we change the cultural heritage for conservation, we create elements that will have a vocation to change again. This is very important. And it is not always the way the circular economy is taken into consideration. And naturally, it means too that star architecture and things like a big project like that should be redesigned probably very strongly. The second element is about the services that cultural heritage can produce. We manage quite well, or more or less, naturally, with a lot of success stories and failure stories too, the touristic side. But we don't manage so well, again, the contribution of cultural heritage to health, to housing, to inclusion. And I think that this is very important. We have not to change the nature of cultural heritage and what we expect from it, but we have to make cultural heritage a source of aesthetic experience for many people in the field of health, of housing, of inclusion. This is very important. If I had time, I would choose only one example that it's too long to develop here, but it is for what we do inside the prison, or what we should do inside the prisons today. Well, it's not the time to do that because, as I said before, it's very difficult. But I really think that we have to understand that cultural heritage is a shrine of experiences that have arrived in the past. And we have to make these experiences renew for the benefit of many of our people today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Again, some thoughts. I like the idea of varied forms of heritage. It's a challenge which I think professionals can identify with. Alan? Yeah.
Thank you. I've lost my audio as soon as I hit mute. Can you hear me? Because I could not hear you. Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be part of this important conversation and to share this stage with such distinguished speakers. In addition to representing NCAT, the European Network on Cultural Management and Policy, I'm speaking to you from Chicago, where I'm a professor of arts management at DePaul University. And I think you will hear a few recurring themes, which I think is exciting. 1 year into sudden closures and drastically changed operations, we can begin to uncover vital proficiencies needed for the training and education of cultural managers as we move forward. This moment is not to embrace what was or to simply return to the past. Rather, we should view this as a rare opportunity to shift priorities in cultural management education. A central part of NCAT's mission is the focus on cultural management education, anticipating major issues facing arts and culture, and proactively engaging with and responding to strategic issues. Through NCAT, we connect and convene our members and other international networks on a global level in order to share knowledge and best practices, to professionalize the cultural sector in efforts to reach sustainability in every meaning of the word. We can already turn to new research that indicates the far-reaching consequences of the past year. Arts Analytic Experts, TRG Arts, is forecasting top business trends for arts and cultural organizations in the near future. And included in this list are the following. Ideals of diversity and inclusion will be integrated in all aspects of organizations, from staffing to programming to marketing and governance, addressing the direct connection between community and sustainability. Cultural leaders will be more receptive than ever to listen to patrons and the communities in which they serve. Organizations will need to be more nimble and flexible, incorporating creativity and problem solving and solution making. Digital content and distribution will continue to grow with the need to expand offerings and develop new ones, with greater attention to monetizing, marketing, and digital experiences that appeal to different generations and a wider set of demographics. New and different forms of fundraising and collaborations will become critical sources for support. Organizations will look for deeper, longer-term relationships directly addressing financial health. And cultural managers will become asset managers. Patron relationships will be viewed as organizational assets as venues focus not only on transactions, but more on the value of loyalty and growth in their patron management. Organizations will prioritize and embrace new methods of data collecting and analysis. Connect this information with the latest research that is coming out from a variety of sources, including the World Economic Forum, in regards to the most in-demand job skills as we emerge from the pandemic. These include both hard skills and soft skills, crisis management, emergency preparedness, creative problem solving, agility, and adaptability. Digital engagement, beyond our current digital skills, expanding to digital production, digital marketing on a global level, and consumer behavior and patron management. Emotional intelligence, understanding the need for new ways to manage relationships. Cultural competence, being able to work effectively with different social identities, which would enhance collaboration, productivity, revenue, reputation, overall competitiveness. And this also relates to consumer behavior, consumer perceptions, and the ability to reach diverse patrons. And data literacy, to comprehend, analyze, interpret, and use data in a more useful and impactful way than ever before. We're entering a new era of interdisciplinary education for cultural managers, needing greater cross-functionality and being skilled in multiple areas. Many academic programs address some of these skills already, primarily focused on hard skills related to cultural operations, financial management, and data research. But we need to look at supporting major changes to cultural management curricula to become even more interdisciplinary, with greater focus on soft skills related to cultural and social competence, emotional intelligence, and crisis management and adaptability. And finally, this will require fostering deeper relationships between education and cultural organizations, heritage sites, festivals, galleries, museums, and event producers. The expertise of those who have led cultural organizations this past year complement the traditional academic setting. These deeper, more significant collaborations between academic institutions and cultural venues as learning laboratories will be of prime importance as we redesign the education and training of our next generation of cultural leaders for an uncertain future. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. A lot of ideas, which we again, I hope we'll come back to and discuss. It's not the last or even the least, but the next presentation is Mark Singh Me. Can you introduce yourself and make your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be part of this important session with esteemed experts as panelists. My name is Sang-mi Park. I'm a professor of cultural anthropology at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, which is in Seoul, Korea. My presentation today is based on an anthropological research I have been conducting with a team of graduate students in heritage studies. I would like to share the PowerPoint slides that I sent. There are some nice photos, so I'd like to share the slide with you.
Can we have the slides, please?
Well, I'll continue and hoping that the slides will be ready soon. This research has been carried out on an Ulleungdo Island, a small and remote volcanic island located east of Korean Peninsula. The topic of this research in progress is to examine and analyze the ecological and cultural changes on the island that came with the rapid increase of tourism and the building of an airport. This is a very small island and they're building an airport. In this research, we found an active community initiative to safeguard the local way of life and their efforts to position the local knowledge and practices of intangible as practices as intangible cultural heritage. The UNESCO Convention, the 2003 UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, has been a useful reference in this regard. What we can call the heritageization of everyday life has been consciously pursued by the communities. In today's short presentation, I'd like to emphasize three things. First is the quote-unquote agency of the communities in deciding what framework to use to sustain their local knowledge and practices. And secondly, I would like to stress the need to work with the formal education sector to effectively collaborate with the communities. And lastly, how UNESCO and other relevant international organizations may be an effective reference that can provide moral legitimacy to the work. I guess the PowerPoint slides are not available. Okay, so I'll just move on. I have a photo of a tiny school on the island and what the students do to safeguard their traditional lifestyle. And the school is built on a steep mountain hill of the island. There are only 16 students and 7 teachers, but the school has an excellent program that offers the student group activities on learning and promoting the indigenous plants and animals. The teachers and students explore throughout the island to find and document the island's plants and animals, which are very different from those found on the Korean Peninsula. Okay, so this is what the island looks like when the weather is nice. And could we move to the next slide, please? On your left side, there is the photo of this little school. Actually, the previous one, please. Yes, on the left side, the small colorful building is the elementary school. And on your right-hand side, these are some very particular, very indigenous plants. And next to it, the kids put the sign explaining what the plant is. And they also collect local stories and practices related with the plants and animals. This is what they do. And later on, they produce video clips on the sustainable ways of life and safeguarding local traditions. To further develop this program and invite the support of the parents, the school plans to include more lessons and activities on UNESCO and its safeguarding efforts for cultural heritage. UNESCO has a very special place in Korea's history because Koreans used textbooks freely given by UNESCO after Korean War. So participating in activities related with UNESCO is a very positive thing. And parents encourage their children because they consider it as a work participating in global programs. And now we can move to the next and last slide. So what the community want to do is preserve this beautiful island, even with the influx of the tourists and building of new airport. And they would like to have some income from the tourism industry, as you can see on this diverse array of the plant-based food they serve to the tourists. But they would like to safeguard their way of life. What they do is frame their way of life as a cultural heritage. intangible cultural heritage. That was why they invited me and my graduate students to give them capacity building workshop and to introduce UNESCO convention. And so it was really the community's initiative that all started this wonderful program. And this project is still going on, and we will be conducting the workshops and other programs for the community, both for adults and the school children. So I was in a hurry sort of to finish up. So that's about it. That's the end of my presentation, and I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We have now had all our presentation, and perhaps we can go on to the questions. I have on the question, I received one question, which is directed to Professor Trion. And the question is, how do we establish a network of higher education? Can you articulate this? How can we do it? I would want to follow that up, if you understand the question. I would also want to follow that up to say, how do we break the barriers of university disciplines? Because universities are based on individual disciplines. How do we then end up with a multi-skilled, multidisciplinary professional out of it? I don't know whether I understood my question.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that we can think about linking between PhD and world of work, because our proposal is to make a dialogue, an international, multidisciplinary and intermediate network, international working group, where you can go out the difference between disciplines, connecting international higher education institute, university and research centers. I think that our future in Europe is this. And it's important for me in this moment identify the common principles and the criteria to make a dialogue between to go innovative, hybrid, and effective approaches to both research and training. I think that now we must make a dialogue between differences, humanities and technologies, theory and practice. We must abandon a virtual vision. And now I think that we can make this change of paradigms.
Okay. All right. Maybe I could go back to Barker. Your example was on, you called it an island, I think, and there was an issue about life and heritage. It looks like day-to-day life and heritage are the same. And I'm just wondering, and I know this is a difficult issue, but I'm just wondering is it heritage or is it life? Why are we calling it heritage if it's their day-to-day life? Parker? Is she still there?
It's a very interesting question. And as one of the very few people who mainly work in the field of intangible cultural heritage, I'd like to talk about the changing nature of culture or changing nature of heritage when it comes to intangible heritage. But I think your question is even more interesting because that's what the communities want. They want their life to be called heritage because they know once it becomes a heritage, that will be safeguarded and the government will help, outsiders will respect it, so they know what to do. That's why I would like to use the term agency for what they do to decide their future.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I always find it a challenge when it's part of life, it's heritage, where we draw the line. But Christina talked about e-commerce, and one of the things which again is an everyday challenge. I'm actually the beauties of today's technology. I'm actually here in Sharjah, in UAE, and here we're talking, and everybody's in their different parts of the world. I'm bringing this topic because Christina talked about that we have to talk to everybody, the politicians. And I'm just wondering, yes, we are the G20. I would say the biggest challenge is how do we convince the politicians to give the money? Because they hold the purse. The whole morning I had meetings with the ministries of culture, ministries of foreign affairs, and it's not an easy task. How do we convince them of the issue of heritage and its new, the need for new skilling, new multidisciplinary, and yet everyone is saying the pandemic has drained our budget and so forth. Christina, I don't know if you can answer.
Yeah, luckily I work for in the past for local and central governments. So actually I have a nice email from some politicians thanking me after working there. So you can do it. It's just to engage, and you have to understand the mindset. It's different. You know, politicians are there for a short time and they want some quick outcomes. And, you know, we are working with projects that are longer than their time in office, basically. So that's not very attractive for some politicians, but the good ones actually see that they can get another term. And in my view, it's always, you know, you have to communicate. It's all about communicating things, because, you know, the problem with when you get expert on something, you think like everybody knows what you have in your mind, and you have to make really great efforts in engaging into their, you know, it's different cultures, different approaches. So you have to try to sort of talk the same language and see what is important for them. So what is in, you know, you talking economic terms, you talk about education, and, you know, we know education is the best investment, the most secure investment we have in our world is education. Whatever you invest on there, you are going to have high returns. So the economists in the room may comment on that, and actually have a bit of problem talking about consumer, because the trouble with cultural heritage is our consumers, some are dead, and most of them are not even born. So you are doing things for people you haven't even met. But that's the good thing in my view, because really takes you completely out of your own little world, and makes you think really in the future. And I think it's a good thing, cultural heritage, in terms of for humanity.
Yeah, but politicians, all they care about most of the time is the vote.
Well, there, as I said, as everybody in every profession, there are good ones and bad ones, and of course, we are talking to the good ones that we want to engage. So this will be listening and making things better.
And Alan, you had very interesting ideas, but I was quite interested in the last idea you expressed, the connection or working together between education and cultural institutions. How can we achieve this? Because when I look at it from where I came from, universities are doing whatever they are doing, cultural institutions are doing whatever they are doing, and at times it's hard to make them look at the same thing. And yet, we expect the university to produce the skills. We expect the cultural institution to absorb these who are coming from the university. How do we do it?
You're right that there is that great divide between the academy and institutions and different cultural organizations. I can give you one example from my own experience, and I think it really does just take the dialogue the ability to speak and get to the right people to see what that investment is. And in where I work in Chicago, we have an ongoing partnership with one of the largest cultural organizations in the city, where our students, our graduate students, are also full-time employees of that organization for 2 years. So they get immersed into the culture of that organization, and they are the ones who have been learning the lessons over the last year that many students don't get a chance to. They get to learn directly from practice. So it's that combination of practice and working in the academy that really, I think, is the ideal. But it takes a lot of effort to have that dialogue and have the field, the practical field, understand that investment.
Good. Yeah. Xavier, there's a question for you here. How can we assess, measure the synergies between culture and education to better characterize their impact? This is from the audience.
I think that the best way is through dialogue.
I think the question is to Xavier. Xavier, sorry, Louis.
Luis, go on. I will follow.
No, please, Xavier, please. I understood it was for me. Please, Xavier.
The question was addressed to Xavier, so I thought, yeah.
No.
And I'm coming to you, Luis.
Okay, for education, you want the, well, we have a lot of indicators. This is not the problem, because we have very, very strong impact. We show that, for example, the young people that go and visit regularly, a museum or attend music and things like that, the better result than the others. This is very easy, not easy, but it's done. It's done. In a country, there is a country very specialized in that. It is the United Kingdom. They have a lot of statistics on that and very precise. The problem is that even if you say that, you don't convince the politicians. They will say, yes, it's okay, it's better, why not, and go on. The problem is to rebuild the system in this way. It's not only to ask for some money. It is really to have a better regulation between education and cultural heritage. And this is always the main issue. And in the same time, you can say that it is the same for the adults, because I think this is very important. It's very, when I said before we have a lot of study, it is because the issue between young people on culture and education is relatively well known. It doesn't mean that it is always a success, but it's not known at all for all the people, let's not say all the people, but for 30-year-old, 40-year-old people and so on. And this is very important today, because these people are not, when they are badly educated at the beginning, they are the most exposed to unemployment. And if you are exposed to unemployment when you are 35, 45, or 50, for example, it's a catastrophe, at least in many European countries.
Yeah. Okay, that's. But I also had a question for Louis. This is yours. You talked about the good thing, which is there are many people who give their free time, free ideas to cultural heritage, and they work in the field. Don't you think this is also a problem? That anybody thinks that they can be a professional in the cultural heritage field?
I don't think it is a problem, because this is the way that these people feels they are part of this cultural heritage. Of course, we need to train them in order to do things in a serious way, and we have to balance voluntary work with professional work and not confuse these two factors. But we need a huge amount of people who believe cultural heritage is own. They own this, they are part of that. And what we need is to collaborate and to dialogue and to manage this enormous energy and enthusiasm in the right direction. But that means that maybe we need to prepare specific professionals to manage volunteer people. And sometimes in the cultural heritage field, there is, I don't know, people look to them, to the volunteer people from the holders without understanding how important it is to have the community close to you. So I think that we need both professionals and volunteers.
Okay, no, that's good. Unfortunately, also time is not on our side. I think we are almost an hour now. There was a further question to Xavier's question, but I don't think we can go into that. There was what about links between students in the cultural sector, training, experiences, and so forth? And what about lifelong learning for trainers, policymakers, and all that? I think these are issues which we have to deal with. We are supposed to also meet as chairpersons of these sessions to summarize our session, and I'll try and do so. But I think from my side, the whole issue of skills and trying to get multidisciplinary sort of approaches is one thing which seems to come out of all this. But also, like what Luis has just said, there's also the issue of how do you manage the professionals, non-professionals, and also for back, also the idea of how do we manage, it's also probably a difficult term to say, manage communities, because generally speaking, it's very difficult, but how do we make sure that we understand their needs and we can go forward? I think this is something. Maybe one issue which came out, but not really, we didn't dwell on it, was the whole issue of technology. And I'm putting it across because I think there is also a tendency, and probably as we discuss even with the skills and all that, when we're talking about one country, it's perhaps easy to generalize. But when we talk about the whole world, we have to realize that even with technology, there are differences in technology. There are differences in the use of the technology. I'm just saying this because, for example, I think from my own background, I'm from Africa, and the issue of like banking on the cell phone, in my view, started there, and it's almost in every village. It's a technology which has taken off. But I know in Italy, banking with the cell phone is coming up, but it's not something which has been there for a long time. So different localities, different technologies, different skills, different heritage, if I might also say that. But I thank all the participants for wonderful, wonderful presentations. I personally enjoyed them, and I hope the audience also enjoyed them. I wish we had more time. Unfortunately, it has been a long day, I'm sure, for all of us. And I thank you very much. And we can continue discussing on the internet, on other platforms, but I really appreciate what you have contributed today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we're supposed to have a video or something. Hello. People disappear on us. Hello.
The Opificio delle Pietre Dure, OPD, is an autonomous institute within the Italian Ministry of Cultural Heritage, organized in 12 departments of conservation and scientific research. Its mission concerns conservation in all of its aspects, including restoration, research, and education. Founded in 1978, the OPD Scuola di Alta Formazione is considered one of Italy's most important higher education public school in the field, equivalent to a 5-year university degree. The school has 5 professional training courses that count some 15 specialities, from stone to wood artifacts, from paintings to paper, from photography to film and electronic media, including contemporary art. The OPD also operates on a national level on major disaster and emergency plans, intervening in situ after earthquakes or fires and floods. It also operates on conservation projects abroad when invited to participate in the conservation of institutional sites, such like the monument to San Francesco Saverio in Goa, or on the conservation of Roman mosaics at the Bosnia and Herzegovina National Museum in Sarajevo. An important project conducted between 2016 and 2019 has been the International Training Project. 15 long-period internships and 13 advanced-level conservation courses were offered to a total of 72 participants coming from 15 different countries. The scholars benefited from trainings within the 12 departments of the OPD in Florence, and the subjects of study and training were multiple, from the conservation of bronzes to wood panel paintings, archaeological materials and mural paintings, canvas on panel painted surfaces, textile and tapestry conservation, stone artifacts, and paper and parchment conservation. We hope to resume our conservation projects abroad soon and do look forward in receiving new scholars once this pandemic is over.
Thanks. So we have been exploring the skills and competencies for heritage professionals in all directions. Now it's time to turn our attention to building capacity for culture-led social and economic regeneration. So we will expand our focus even more. And the chair who will moderate the last session of this webinar, I'm glad to introduce her, Madame Catherine Magnan. She's deputy to the director and head of the Cultural Policies Department in the European Commission, Directorate General for Education and Culture. And she was previously head of the Commission Task Force of the European Year of Cultural Heritage. I can testify since I was a proud member of this task force. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Herminia, and good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes? Thank you very much. Okay, so indeed, I have the pleasure. Okay, so indeed, I have the pleasure to chair this last session from a very sunny Brussels, and I take it as a good sign that this session will be very successful. So it's the last session of a very fascinating day for a no less fascinating opportunity for which we have to thank Italy, that is bringing culture and its transformative power to the highest international political level, that of G20. And together now, we will look at how we can best build capacity for cultural-led social and economic regeneration. So let me set the scene briefly by recalling that the cultural and creative sectors, the creative economy, is really of importance on a worldwide scale. It represents 3% of the world GDP, and it employs 30 million people around the globe. So it's more or less 1% of the world's active population. Or at least that was the case before the COVID crisis. I don't have figure for the G20 countries or the whole world when it comes to the losses that the cultural and creative sectors are suffering overall. But I do have figures for Europe. And for Europe, we can see that they lost approximately 30% of their revenues, especially, badly impacted were performing arts, live music, and festivals. So we need a bit of social and economic regeneration for those sectors so that in turn they can continue fulfilling their role and lead social and cultural regeneration, which is the topic of today. We all know, for example, how urban city centers have been regenerated through rehabilitation of cultural heritage and festivals. I mean, those are very, very classic examples that we all have in mind. But how do we get there? Some of the questions we can ask ourselves is, to what extent does the COVID crisis demand that we revisit our public policies in support of the cultural and creative sectors? What skills are needed? We just discussed it, but more is to be explored. How can we ensure that culture-led regeneration processes are based on participatory methods involving communities? To what extent is the digital transformation an obstacle or an opportunity? Those are just some of the questions that the panel will try and answer. And at the end, we will try and single out a few common points for policy design that can be passed on to the political leader in the framework of the G20. So it will be my job at the end of the seminar to try and summarize the messages of this session. But before that, let's hear our distinguished panel. We have 7 experts and professors with us, sitting very far from each other in Australia, Singapore, Europe, Canada. They sit very far physically from each other, but they are united in their desire to contribute their expertise to the debates and also in their conviction that culture has a transformative power. Each of them have 5 minutes. I know it's tough, but I know you can stick to the time. So it's my pleasure now to turn to the first speaker, who is with us from Singapore. It's Anupama Sekar, who is Director for Culture from the Asia Europe Foundation. Anupama, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening from Singapore. May I please ask our IT team to help me with my PowerPoint? I think you have a copy. Perfect. Thank you so much. So good evening, everyone from Singapore. Please allow me to start by first congratulating the Italian presidency of the G20 for this excellent and timely initiative to foreground culture in the important conversations around socio-economic recovery. I join you today as a representative of the Asia Europe Foundation, ASEF, where for the past year, we have been constantly asking ourselves one big question as we shifted to a fully virtual program in arts, culture, and heritage. And that question is this: what kinds of international collaborations, even in the face of restricted mobility, can effectively contribute to socio-economic recovery in general and the survival of the cultural and creative sectors in particular? So today I would like to share with you some of the lessons that we have learned in this regard and some of the experiments that we have embarked on in the last months. In the many conversations that we have had with our alumni in the last year, one key idea seems to keep coming back to us. And that is this idea that international cultural relations has somehow been better harnessed for artistic collaborations and for the presentation of works to new international audiences, but perhaps somehow less so for training and for knowledge exchange. Even though we are all aware that the redressal of skills gap has been something that has been cited quite widely as crucial for the survival of the cultural sector post-pandemic. And here, I would like to particularly highlight a key gap in training in the area of interculturality, the tools and the knowledge that we need to effectively navigate other cultures and contexts. This is a soft skill that I think is particularly critical for the cultural professional in today's highly internationalized cultural, and particularly one in which face-to-face encounters have very much shrunk. So how do we navigate interculturality when we often do not see and immerse ourselves in the local context? In order to respond to these gaps, we have been piloting 3 virtual residencies for arts curators and for arts journalists, including in partnership with European partners such as the NCAT network. And we have been toying and experimenting with several learning models: self-curated peer-to-peer learning for curators in the digital sphere, very structured mentor-mentee relationships, and other programs where we have tried to pair mentors and mentees across disciplines and regions. For example, a young European arts journalist is paired with a senior Asian cultural policy expert to work together on an area of common interest. So what I would like to share with you today are 3 ideas as food for thought that have emerged from these experiments and pilot projects of the last few months. Sorry. And they are, firstly, that the training dimension of international cooperation definitely needs scaling up in our present time. In particular, training for young curators, and particularly those who are working in publicly funded regional museums or art galleries that are outside the national capitals, but who are working internationally. Secondly, in terms of methodology, upskilling definitely needs to go beyond knowledge transfer to include new forms of cross-cultural knowledge production. And this is possible only when you gather young and established experts from very different cultures and contexts. And lastly, the digital format, something that we are stuck with, whether we like it or not, for the short to medium term, can actually work to our advantage because it is very well suited for small groups of peers and mentors from different countries and contexts to regularly spend time with each other over an extended training period, something that may not always be possible when we do on-site trainings and capacity buildings. So in summary, I'd like to leave with you 3 key messages. More training for interculturality, more priorities for young curators, and training as a site not just for knowledge transfer, but actually for knowledge production. Thank you for the opportunity to share my ideas, and I now return the floor to our chair.
Advocated. So that was a brilliant start. Thank you so much. And very, very clear conclusions. I think that Sheena Pietrobruno, Professor Sheena Pietrobruno from Canada, across, if we take, if we leap over a few time zones, we'll also address the issue of the digital dimension, but she will look at it from a slightly different angle. Sheena, Professor Sheena Pietrobruno, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. You don't see me? What happened?
Yes, now I see you perfectly, and you have the floor. Please tell us about the experiment you've been conducting.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It's an honor to be part of this session, and that's wonderful. In light of the conference theme that cultural diversity can contribute to economic and social stability threatened by the pandemic, I will identify 3 heritage case studies to illustrate the role that digital media and social media can play in both the promotion and curtailment of cultural diversity. First, the transmission on social media of intangible heritage, recognized under UNESCO's 2003 convention, can promote diversity. For instance, my research argues that YouTube fosters diversity by serving as an informal archive that transmits and safeguards the cultural heritage of dominant and non-dominant groups within nations. In my research, I focus on a specific practice, the Mevlevi Sama ceremony, as a representative case study of YouTube's archiving role. I research a particular Mevlevi community that uses YouTube to transmit their version of the practice that is not officially recognized through the convention. As YouTube enables non-dominant groups to express themselves, this is significant for groups that are not part of the national heritage narrative. There is a danger that national authorities only support cultural heritage that conforms to the hegemony of a given historical time and place. Therefore, YouTube can serve as a living, accessible grassroots archive of cultural expression by transmitting divergent representations of intangible heritage as they develop in time and provide alternative perspectives to fixed dominant heritage narratives. But at the same time, social media platforms are businesses whose essential goal is to monetize user communication through technologies, including personalization algorithms that customize browser search results to reflect the online behavior and associated perspectives of audiences. My research on museum objects shows that this customization can both promote and hinder the expression of cultural diversity and heritage. In this research, I addressed the dissemination of Viking Age objects from the Swedish History Museum onto YouTube. Through my analysis of the curating of images of Viking objects on YouTube search engine result pages, this research demonstrates that with the personalization of content, users can receive divergent narratives of museum objects. And these narratives may both counter and support those put forward by museums. For instance, personalized content can present Viking objects in the Viking Age in ways that conform to the narratives put forward by the Swedish History Museum that promote an inclusive representation of the Viking Age beyond the stereotype of the white male warrior, to incorporate, for instance, the role of women in the Viking era. But at the same time, personalized content can radicalize Viking objects in terms of a contemporary far-right white supremacist perspective. Therefore, the personalization of cultural heritage narratives on social media can both support and work against cultural diversity that underlies the social justice sought after by numerous contemporary national institutions. When digital media is used to transmit indigenous intangible heritage to promote cultural diversity, this digitization must respect the rights of the First Peoples. In my teaching at St. Paul University in Ottawa, I've consulted with the university's Métis knowledge keeper, Marie-Louise Perron. She has advised me of the issues at stake in publishing and digitizing Métis stories, which I'm imparting to you. Inspired by the work of Métis author and elder, Maria Campbell, Marie-Louise Perron notes, and I quote, "Stories are not things, but living beings," end of quote. Therefore, the living essence of stories means that their Métis keepers have their responsibility for their transmission to future generations. As residential schools in Canada from 1831 to 1996 separated parents and relatives from children, this intergenerational storytelling has been broken. But the digitizing of Métis stories can enable their keepers to fulfill their responsibility to the 7 generations for their stories. Yet this digitization must respect the rights of storytellers and the communities involved, including if, how, and when a given story can be told, who can tell it, and share it. So to conclude, the respect of Indigenous rights, as well as the awareness of personalization technologies, are integral to the mobilization of digital media to promote cultural diversity and heritage, to nurture social and economic recovery. Thank you.
Ali.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes, okay. No, I was saying it was really fascinating you have such a unique angle and analysis on the role of YouTube and the platforms and digital media on intangible cultural heritage. That's really, really enlightening. And as you're saying, it can be both a blessing and a danger, a blessing for cultural diversity, for conservation, but it can also annihilate or transmit or vehicle, cliches or stereotypes. And therefore, I guess we have to learn how to use these new digital tools. But there is much more we need to learn if we look at the impact of the crisis on the cultural and creative sectors. And on this topic, I would like to give the floor to Bernd Fiesel, who's the director of the European Creative Business Network based in Germany. And so we are, flying back to Europe. Bernd, you've been analyzing and thinking about the impact of the crisis, the pandemic, on the cultural and creative sectors, and you think that it can lead us to a renaissance, a new birth of a new type. Tell us how, please.
Thank you so much for having me. Thanks to the G20 Italy for having me, and great to see you again, Catherine. The Renaissance we are currently experiencing refers to the situation historically, and we have a crisis and a rebirth after a pandemic as we had it historically, and of course the fall of Constantinople, leading to birth in science, in culture, in artistic, and in reinvention of the administration as well. So I want to focus here a wider perspective, how culture drives regeneration since decades. We all know this, from New York, Soho, to Berlin, Prenzlauer Berg, even to Beijing 798. And we still see that there is a skills gap in the production and acquisition of those skills to do regeneration systematically. So we also witness a regeneration gap. And now, as we have to recover after COVID-19, this is a special danger. So how do we close this gap and this special kind of renaissance we have in front of us? So first of all, we have to see that regeneration today is different than a regeneration in the last century. Why? There are three reasons for this. First is local markets have been drivers of regeneration in the last century. Turnover, wealth, visitors, meeting points were local. But the question is, will this local life come back after the really total victory of the digital platforms in this pandemic? Will this work? The second topic is poverty, and the anxiety of poverty was not believed to be mainstream for the future. Children always believe that they will be better off than their parents. But after this COVID crisis, we see a younger generation asking this and doubting this. So they will not invest in skills and starting a business as our generation did, which is here. And last but not least, third topic, administrations and public bodies have been absent and underdeveloped in many areas of those three renovations. If it's in Soho, New York, a no-goes area, or even the success of Berlin as a creative city, which I experienced myself, was only possible because of the absence of public administration in the East after the wall has come down. So today, we find administrations are hardly overregulated, often cannot serve the needs of the citizen. So the question is, how do we upskill governments to let go of regulating culture and creativity, of limiting the potentials of CCS? So let me focus on this really unusual view on building capacities. How do we skill governments and administrations to be the best in this crisis and rebirth we are having here? So we have to look at the bottlenecks of capacities in administrations. Culture needs better bureaucracies, and there can be better bureaucracies. So how do we build this capacity for better administrative skills? I believe we really need a global movement, and that's why I'm so thankful for this event here on the G20 level of rethinking concepts like regulation, governance, monitoring, controlling, tendering. How can we help governments to do this better and in a more focused way to provide regeneration better than before? So two examples here. First is a revolution, how to communicate services to citizens, how to tell stories, how to give hope, and of course now in this COVID crisis, how to generate trust with citizens. In technical terms, this is called user interface design, or in our normal language, we call it communication. But this is a very high specialized skill, which public administrations usually don't use. The second revolution is how to organize services. And this is called process design, such as design thinking or Scrum processes. So here you find two skills the culture and creative sectors could provide to administrations. Skills that made the digital industry so successful, skills that the World Economic Forum ranked 2020 under the top 5. And we believe they can be also applied to administrations and bureaucracies. So our recommendation is really think it large, think of a world governance forum to help better bureaucracies so that we all empowered in the cultural sector, but outside as well. The administrations are framing the sector. So we need to do this together. We need to all move forward in our skills, the creative sector as much as the administrations, to tackle the next level of regeneration, which is a wicked one. This renaissance we see here is really, I think, for the long time, a parallel existing of crisis and rebirth. It's a new kind of renaissance. And for this reason, I believe we also need a new kind of bureaucracy. Letting go of regulation, instead empowering and freeing the potentials of culture for the regeneration or ahead of all of us. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bernd. That was really, really enlightening and a very ambitious vision that you propose. And I liked very much the fact that you included the bureaucracies. Allow me to say public services, if you don't mind, because bureaucracy really has a, a bit of a negative tinge. And believe me or not, but some people are trying to do well in bureaucracies and try to be efficient as well. It does happen, but you did, I mean, it's very rare that this is mentioned. The skills of the public administration. Indeed, culture is, benefits from a lot of public funding. So, I mean, the question arises automatically: what are the skills? What is the comprehension, the understanding of public services, of the real needs, of the real challenges of the cultural and creative sectors, which are evolving very fast? And that really is interesting. I was a bit saddened to hear that you said that the success of Berlin was possible only because of the absence of public administration. But I take your words. I hope they won't say the same of my services, that my colleagues really are trying to do a lot.
No, Catherine, just to be clear on this really refers to East Berlin, where the government was really taken down and it needed a year or 2 or 3 to build new governments. And I think it's really fair to say, I'm talking of the structures, not of the servants. I think we all know how excellent public officials struggle to do their best, but the structure around them are not the ones to empower them the best they can. And I will take this as a hint and rather speak of public services in the future. Happy to do so.
No, thank you. But indeed, I think it's a very fresh and new idea that you're putting on the table. And I just want to give one example here, if the speaker allow me. We have started the peer learning schemes between regional public administrations in Europe for the good practices of how, culture has helped regenerate a city center, for example, how the reuse of a cultural heritage building has changed the dynamics in a village or in a city. There are many good examples in Europe, and we are bringing officials and public servants from different regions and cities in Europe, which have a project, want to do the same, to go and meet their peers who have done so, and can exchange between peers openly on success and difficulties. And so that's just a very good project we have, I think, just to show that we share with you this conviction that public services should also be trained and not forgotten if we want the creative economy to thrive. So thank you very much. And now we are staying in Europe with going to Barcelona with Leandro Vagliati, who's a professor in creative industries. I believe you are originally from Brazil, but now sitting in Barcelona, and you are also a senior researcher at the People's Palace Projects in the Queen Mary University of London. Leandro, what is your take on how we shall move and recover from the crisis, and how we can foster culture for socioeconomic regeneration? You have the floor.
Pardon. Now I have unmuted myself. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a really honor to be here. Thank you for Italy G20 presidency. It's very nice to hear and to share ideas with the colleagues and all the audience of this event. Yes, I'm very, very excited to keep some ideas from a broader view on the subject, like my colleague Bernd did before. And because I'm, as a professor in economics, I constantly have been working in one very specific idea on how to produce qualified evidence for public policies in culture and creative industries. But in my original work in Brazil, I've been working very close to the ministries of culture, different ministries, I always felt like something was missing. Basically, because as long as you produce evidence, you need to connect that evidence to a bigger project. And I just find myself connected as a professor, very interested in the real life. I only find myself connected to a real project when I started to work closely to arts organizations. And I did that as soon as I arrived at People's Policy Project at Queen Mary University of London, because I started from economics to work in a social sciences, human and drama school department at Queen Mary and at People's Policy Project. And we started to approach arts organizations in order to do co-creation on information, co-creation on a perspective of how arts and culture can deliver economic development. And economic development is a very, very sophisticated value, is a very sophisticated concept. And in order to illustrate this idea, I won't quote any economist. I will quote now a thinker on arts called, as everyone knows here probably, John Ruskin. And Ruskin used to say that the perfect economist needs to have in his left hand food and flats, to nutrition, to surviving. And in his right hand, she needs to have splendor and beauty for, enjoyment, for other kind of levels of well-being in the humans. What in this sense is important from the economics in order to communicate with culture and creative industries to deliver a new project for economic development, especially after the pandemic context. I think that it's very important to produce knowledge exchange in order to economists have a sense on what Ruskin said about the right hand of the perfect economist, a sense of what kind of multidimensional values could be produced by culture. And this is also economic values like empathy, like capacity of agents, like, many elements connected to a broader view of human, individual, and social development. Also, the cultural sector needs to understand how structural economic changes has occurring in the global capitalist system and how this sector needs to be shaped by new policies to take advantage of digitization, other innovation process that could be a lot, could give a lot of benefits to the content produced in arts. So my key message here is that we as a society, we need to have a bigger, a comprehensive project to place arts and culture, its symbolic values, its absolutely relevant values for the economic development in place in many countries and many multilateral organisms. And it's very important to co-create knowledge between university, policymakers, multi-sectorial organizations to produce basically new ways, new lenses to understand the role of arts, culture, and creative industries in the economic development. We are living a completely new context now. We are not anymore in a very globalized and also integrated moment when the policies for creative industries emerged in the UK and gave some inspiration for the world. Now we are in a nuclear crisis of the system, considering the evolution of technology and also, well, the pandemic that brings over many different transformations. And just to finalize, it's clear that science and culture has been saving our mental health, our capacity to express ourselves, our capacity to produce well-being. And for sure, we will need all these elements to recover, to rebuild our society. So for me, it's absolutely clear how culture and creative industries needs to be in the first place, in a privileged place to debate on recovery. So thank you very much. I hope I'm on time because I don't have the clock here. I don't know why. So thank you.
Me? Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes, perfect. So no, Leandro, thank you very much. You were perfectly on time. Thank you for your passionate advocacy in favor of more knowledge, more facts. So the key messages that I'm taking from your presentation is we need to co-create knowledge over wide partnerships. We need facts, evidence, and we need also to highlight better the role of culture for, you know, items like mental health and well-being. And I'm highlighting this because we are starting in the European Commission to work more in depth on this topic, the link between culture and mental health, culture and well-being, which is essential and needs to be quantified better instinctively. We know there is a link, but we would need more evidence in order to build better policies. Let us now take a virtual flight all the way to Australia and meet Christine Mackenzie, who's the president of the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. Christine, you are going to tell us and enlighten us about the role of libraries, which are yet one of the players in the cultural fields and can have a very specific role when it comes to a digitally enabled recovery. So, Christine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Catherine, and to the Italian Ministry of Culture for the invitation to speak here today. In Australia, we acknowledge the owners of the land on which we meet, and today I am on the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. Thank you to the G20 presidency for the choice of topic, a culture-led social and economic regeneration. This goes to the heart of the fundamental question facing us as we look to the future. What are the characteristics of the world we want to build for tomorrow? Because after all of the suffering and loss of COVID-19, the least we can do is to take the opportunity we have to do better. I think that a key priority has been made obvious by the pandemic, and that is to address the deep divisions in our societies arising from unequal access to resources, tools, and information that often sees those already facing disadvantage fall further behind. I believe this has been the result of a failure to take a rights-based approach to development, despite the emphasis given to this in the Sustainable Development Goals. An approach that gives every individual the means to live a successful and fulfilled life. And resolving this depends very much on making culture central to policy making. Because just as you cannot consider the economy as a whole without the creative sector, or society without the cultural bonds that link us together, You cannot expect individuals to realise their potential without the capacity to fully enjoy their cultural rights. And so to make this happen, we need an approach that ensures that people have the possibility and the encouragement to engage in culture. And this will pay off at the macro level through innovation, social cohesion, and better health and well-being. But culture and efforts to support it must be inclusive if it is to contribute to an inclusive economy and society. And this is where libraries come in. With over 430,000 public and community libraries, the world has a fantastic pre-existing infrastructure for supporting a culture-led recovery. A conservative estimate puts that at one library for every 15,000 people. These are places to access materials and ideas that inform and inspire. They are spaces for developing new skills and forming new collaborations and making the most of what digital technologies offer. They are gateways to further opportunities in the community and beyond. For people of all ages and all backgrounds, they make cultural rights for all a reality. Libraries are supporting artists and creators, including the artists and creators of the future, to develop new competencies and also helping them to reach new audiences. We already have countless examples of lives enriched and transformed on the local level. And this happens through library initiatives and as well through partnerships with other cultural and educational actors who work with libraries to provide programs and services. What is needed, and what I hope the G20 Culture Ministerial will be able to say loudly and clearly to world leaders, is to move up a gear, echoing the message of the Culture 2030 Goal Campaign's letter on culture and COVID-19, which has been endorsed by the President of the 74th UN General Assembly. This calls on leaders, firstly, to ensure that the cultural sector and wider cultural life and the infrastructures that it underpin, such as libraries, are recognised and integrated into policy frameworks, including national plans for implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. And secondly, to ensure that the institutions and actors that in turn allow individuals to develop their own creativity are supported where this is needed, especially in tough financial times. And third, to ensure that cultural concerns and the wealth of information cultural institutions hold serves to support better decision-making. We ask this because culture will be essential to a more creative, innovative, and resilient recovery. And making this happen in an inclusive way will rely on giving everyone the opportunity to develop the skills and capital to realise their potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cécile. That was very enlightening, and I think that in itself could be a declaration to the G20. It was so political and so at such a high level and so wise that I would say this could in itself be our conclusion. But we shall, before concluding, we shall listen a bit further. And we will hear about the inspiring experience from two countries. And from Australia, we shall fly back to Saudi Arabia. It is my pleasure now to give the floor to Nuha Al-Sharif, a cultural researcher leader at the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia. And Nuha, you have a few examples of the policies put in place by the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia that you want to tell us about. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am honored today to be among these inspirational minds in the cultural sectors from all around the world. Thank you to the Italian Ministry of Culture as well for this opportunity. From a cultural perspective, Saudi Arabia is going through a new era, I would say, of reformation and prosperity. In alignment with the Vision 2030 and its strategic objectives, to have a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation, the Saudi Ministry of Culture has cultivated the efforts to empower youth and create the infrastructure and harmonize educational outcomes with the needs of the labor market. Established by the end of 2018, the ministry has focused since on developing the appropriate methodology and strategy to revitalize the creative and cultural sectors and maximize their contribution to economic growth. Even though the COVID-19 crisis paralyzed the world and hindered many aspirations, it actually contributed to many productive and accelerated reach through digital platforms that helped access the world and portray the potentiality of cultural connection. This has been enabling local and international partnerships to be formed in order to develop the sector's need for competencies and talents capable to compete at a global level, of course. Partnerships such as the UNESCO, the ICROM, the ECOM, the ICOMOS, top world institutions, as well as Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management Institute, Le Cordon Bleu, and many others. Let me have the next slide, please. The ministry has allocated a large proportion of its 2021-22 budget to support more than 100 initiatives that focus on discovering capacities, non-traditional continuing studies, foundational education, vocational training, and supporting the ecosystem of capacity development in different cultural tracks. Capacity development in the cultural sector will enable economic growth and will contribute to better quality of life for the people of Saudi Arabia. Based on the main performance targets for 2024, 80% of Saudi public schools will provide general education in arts and culture, with more than 40,000 jobs created in these sectors. Among the other initiatives and programs, there are the Public School Theater Initiative, the Culture Initiative for People with Disabilities, cultural exchange programs with international institutes, as well as the Experts Program that's aimed to train 30 candidates to become qualified experts in the UNESCO's conventions and programs, as well as activating arts residency programs in the kingdom and abroad. Also, the Fashion Incubator and the collaboration between RCU, the Royal Commission of Al-Ula, and MISC Foundation to develop innovation skills for students through esports. The next slide, please. In 2019, the ministry revealed plans to establish specialized entities in different cultural sectors that will supervise the formulation of plans and the reformation and implementation of initiatives aimed at developing the cultural sector at large. Two successful projects that I would like to present today are, the first one is the Cultural Scholarship Program that has launched the admission platform in January 2020. 150 applicants were accepted and are expected to start their scholarships qualifying programs in some of the world's top schools. The program aims actually to support most cultural sectors and equip them with highly qualified Saudi talents and cultural experts and practitioners. Programs in the cultural sector such as archaeology, design, museum, fashion, music, theater, filmmaking, and many more. The other project is the Royal Institute of Traditional Arts that was founded in the year in August 2019 to become a destination for capacity building through programs offered in partnership with local and international educational institutions. Its main objectives is to highlight the Saudi national identity, raise public awareness for cultural heritage, and encourage practicing traditional arts as living skills to preserve, sustain, and develop the kingdom's rich cultural heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving us those very concrete and very inspiring examples from the work of your ministry. Thank you so much. So we are now going to hear our listen to our last speaker, who is in Jakarta, I believe, in Indonesia. So let's quickly, mentally, and culturally, and in a friendly manner move there. And we shall now listen to Andoko Androyono, who is the founder of M Block Space on cultural heritage and resilience. And I think you want to tell us about how local brands could be utilized through cultural movement. Andoko Androyono, we are keen to listen to you from Jakarta.
Thank you, Catherine. Hi, everybody.
Thank you.
You show my slides. Yeah. Okay. My name is Andoko. I'm a creative storyteller, brand activist, and also tastemaker. Please, next slide. Okay. I love to draw, so I will tell the story through my drawing, my hand drawing. So actually, in Jakarta, we have challenge. We have so many old building, unused old building, and also in other city in Indonesia, we have so many beautiful building, but nobody's care about that building. That's challenge number one. Challenge number two, people here don't have any confidence when talking about branding, when we're talking about products. So lack of confidence, and then in the same time, we are a rich country, we have so many assets, then we build a community space called M Block. So M Block, we call it as an house of vibrant gigs and creative culture. We create a creative compound in Jakarta. So we have ecosystem, a creative ecosystem. We have a live house, we have a cafe, only a local brand, only local, artisan brand, and also we have, bookstore. We have a music store. In that particular space, actually we create a new culture. New culture that we create actually walking culture, because we don't have any pedestrian who make people love walking, and we also create a commuting place so people can comfortable to hang out in that place. But in the same time, we try to build a local talent. We try to curate the good brand, the good products in this place. So actually, we try to create unused place become an iconic place. Okay, next please. In this place, actually, we try to use a music as an vehicle, as an engine to bring the ecosystem. So in the same time, when we use a music through a live house, we also create architect as an one of important role in this placemaking, because architect have a good role to create, to design a space environment, and in the same time we also create a food culture. We create after music, we create the other industries. For example, we create local product, local brand has a good space in this space. So actually, we not only create a space, but we also in the same time create a movement. This is very important for us, for Indonesian people, because we have so many assets, we have so many players in this country. So from this M Block, actually we create a new spirit from local brand. Next, please. Okay, so actually we try to build a business model. So I call it as a public engagement innovation-based model. So we start from concern. As I said before, we have social problem here. We have local insight, but in the same time, we also realize that consumers now becoming responsible consumers. They know what they buy. So this is interesting when we try to build an ecosystem, start from concern, and then we create a content. We create an intellectual property. We manage the intellectual property, and then after that, the approach from the collaboration spirit, because we have so many community. We have coffee communities, we have music communities, we have architect communities, and from that collaboration, actually we try to create another co-creation. So we create so many partnership, open source system, and also in the same time we build digital ecosystem, become more sustained business ecosystem. From this, actually, we have a good response from media, from government as well, and from the old building, unused building, becoming a new spot, an iconic spot, and everybody happy with this place. And also now we create a grocery store during pandemic, because this is very important. So we go to more essential product, which is a grocery store. We try to push local product become hero. Thank you very much, Catherine.
Thank you, Andoko. I would love to visit the M Block space. That sounds like a very inspiring place to be, create, forge new partnerships, and reflect on the world. Okay, so I will try and draw conclusions, but before that, we really have some time for questions. And it will come as no surprise that Bernd Fezel, with his proposal of training public services, has a reason, the curiosity of some members of the audience. And here is a question I have in front of my eyes. So we have here someone who says that I fully agree with you, Bernd, with your proposal of training public services, but which channels do you think are effective and should be welcomed?
Well, first of all, I think there are established training institutions. The OECD, for example, is running training for public officials. Of course, we know we have this already on the government level, but I truly believe that peer-to-peer learning, just as Catherine said at the beginning, is important. And also do this locally. So learn with the stakeholders, go where the social problem is. Do not learn in a kind of scientific or in a classical educational room, but really learn where the regeneration is taking place. Do it, so to speak, on site. And this also refers to some experience which has been voiced earlier here, that traditional curriculum is coming to its limits. And we have to integrate that as well. To come up with a modern training system could be, is kind of an invention in itself and could be on the agenda as well.
Thank you very much, Bernd, for a very concrete answer. I would like to add something actually based on my experience. I think if we really want culture to, be at the heart of policies and fulfill SDGs and help us fulfill SDGs goals, we need to train not only public officials working on culture, but those taking the decisions that are really, having an impact on all the rest. So, the finance, people dealing with finance and budgets. We need to go beyond the realm of cultural officials themselves, because at the end of the day, the final decisions are often taken not by ministries of culture, but prime minister offices or ministries of finances. That's true of many policies, but that's very true of culture.
I can only underline this, and that's why I talked of better bureaucracies or public better services, as I learned today. Going far beyond the officials in the cultural sector. And I want to give you an example. If you look to London, for example, they established something they called a creative enterprise zone. So it was not only about public officials being educated, but also educating, so to speak, the system, laying out different rules, how you can open a music club, how loud can you be, what kind of rents do you have to pay in a city to be able to do this? So please look at the 2 coins of my proposal, not only the training, but also the regulations. The most obvious one is public funding is often given to the cultural sector just by 1 year, but you cannot build a highway by 1 year or cannot build a building. So why is the construction industry getting 2 or 3 year or 4 year grants to innovate, while a theater, gets a yearly funding? Well, we all know that a theater also needs planning, especially on international level, on 3 years. So there's a lot about regulation to be adopted and to be more innovative. And that's why I thought, you really need a standing regular forum, like a World Governance Forum, to think about this. Here, our colleague from the economic side, please forgive me, Leonardo, just said this also. How do we place this on the agenda to be relevant and not only to be a one-time question in one city? That will not do the topic.
Mm-hmm. I would like now to turn to the members of the panel. Does anyone want to come in this point of the role of public administrations, the length of funding? Any comments? Any experience to be shared? Yes, please.
Yeah, may I? Yes, just a few comments. I really think that, of course, during and after the pandemic, we in the cultural sector, we are basically thinking about how to produce compensatory public policies, as some for supporting some businesses and also individuals in need of some governmental support. But I think that now it's time to think about inductive public policies, like how can we as a sector invest in some strategic elements in order to produce some, changing of level of the cultural activities, considering their importance for the social and economic recovery. And in this sense, I think that the role of the public policies are essential, as Bern tell about the creative enterprise zones in London, or we can see many other examples around Europe or in other parts of the world. But what we really need, in my view, is an ecosystem. We need to think about an ecosystem where we can have engaged not only the policymakers on culture, but also the policymakers from different countries, and also in the same country, policymakers of development strategies, industrial strategies, talking and together and seeing the relevance of the activities of base learning, and also the basic production of cultural identity, of local traditions, local values. I'm from Brazil. My country is absolutely rich considering cultural diversity. But what are the channels to communicate this diversity with the local markets and with the international markets? I think that this sort of element for real needs to be a real matter of public planning, public policies. And in order to have this, we need to have strong administrative structures locally and also in other forums globally.
Thank you very much. We need strong structures and well-trained. If I try, as Bern says, I would just like also to offer a testimony on my side. Bernd, you were alluding to the fact that possibly, bureaucracies or public services tend to over-regulate. But I would like to bring the testimony that in the field of culture, we also have artists begging us to regulate the platforms, just to give an example, in order for them to maintain a fair remuneration, a place in the game, because as things are going now, the big platforms are regulating by themselves without public scrutiny, without transparency, the way artists are being treated, art pieces are being used in a digital manner. So I'm just bringing, this sort of, sometimes there are some views asking for regulation, but it should be done in an informed and very capable way with evidence, like Leandro said. I see no more questions coming from the public, so maybe it's time to move towards. I mean, I feel we could keep on discussing, but I'm not entirely sure that our Italian hosts would allow that, the seminar goes on for for a very long time. So I'm also supposed to keep the time. So I guess I should not be the one engaging into too long an exchange, although, I would really like to. So let me try and conclude. And to conclude, I would like to really start by the very, very strong words of Christine, which are, what are the characteristics of the world we want to rebuild? And she said also that culture is essential for a fair and better recovery. But for that, we must address the deep division and unequal access that we have seen of tools, of information, of digital means, unequal access that has worsened during the pandemic. Culture must be inclusive, said Christine, and that's where she highlighted the example and the role of libraries. It was a very powerful contribution for Christine, but we also heard from Anupama Sekar from the Asia Europe Foundation. You focused, Anupama, on upskilling and training, and you told us that upskilling should go beyond knowledge transfer and should include new forms of cross-cultural knowledge production. And I think that's a very interesting idea. You also thought that the digital format was actually quite well suited for small groups of peers and mentors from different countries to regularly spend time with each other over a long period of time. Professor Sheena Pietro-Bruno from Canada, from the Simple University, also reflected on the digital media and how they can promote diversity in cultural heritage. Through very concrete case studies, she told us that intangible cultural heritage, which can be sometimes so elusive, can actually be captured and transmitted through digital means, but it's a sword with two edges. It can be positive, but it can be also be misused, and it can have negative effects that we should be aware of. She alerted us to the fact that the personalization technologies of social media platform can counter the transmission of cultural diversity. That's why new policies are needed. And that's where Bernd Fessel from Germany came in with very concrete proposals. You had a very rich presentation, Bernd, and I won't summarize it all, but I want to focus on your concrete proposal to establish a World Governance Forum where public administrations leading in regenerations meet once a year, and for people-to-people exchange on innovation and in regulations and governance. You also think that we should establish a global training program for public servants on design thinking. And finally, you want to establish inclusive governance zone in selected lead administrations, a bit like we have free trade zones. And those are very concrete, very powerful ideas that I'm sure will be transmitted to the political leader of the G20 gathering. Leandro, you insisted and you alerted us to the importance of the ecosystems. And that's absolutely right. I mean, the cultural, the cultural creative industries are an ecosystem, and that's the way we should think. And you think that innovation can come from co-creation between the art sectors, universities, and policymakers. You also highlighted the very important role of libraries. And finally, I mean, Christine, I already gave an account of your presentation, which was so powerful. Thank you very much for that. I will keep it because it was really a very rich contribution. And we finished with very concrete and very inspiring illustrations from Noor Al-Sharif on what her ministry, the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia, put in place when it comes to training programs and international partnerships. As Wandoko and Ro, you know, we just wanted to be there in this M-Block space and discuss with you how local and can complement and compensate for the global dimension, and how, you know, co-creation and partnership are in a way the new source of richness in our globalized world that can help us forge a better world with a better place for culture. So with those words, I will finish. It's 5:05, and I hope I haven't gone too far in the time. It was a pleasure for me to have this discussion with you, a pleasure to get to know you, and that's also the beauty of this new digital world, that we can be so numerous from so many and far away different places, and yet have a fantastic discussion at the end, at least for us in Europe, at the end of a nice sunny day. So I thank you very much, and I hope that we meet again very soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Very well. Good afternoon again, and thank you for this extensive day of work. It is now time for the chairs to deliver a brief recap of their sessions. I understand Mr. Rot Jigiasu is taking the place of Weba Ndoro. So I will ask the chairs to come forward once again to deliver a brief presentation of the conclusions of their own session and the way forward. And if she is online, we will start with session 1 with Catherine Merkel of the Council of Europe for a recap of her own session. Catherine, if you're online, the floor is yours. I do not see Catherine. We can give her time to regroup. In the meantime, we can ask the other chairs to be ready. Session 2 had Ewan Hyslop and Julian Polanco. Session 3... I think this is our friend Catherine, who has her mic open. Catherine, are you with us? I think I see you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
In a short resume, and we had a really interesting and very exciting session. And of course, it was, I wouldn't say philosophical, but it was really bringing in very, very many perspectives, and also very profound thinking about culture and education and the interwovenness and interlinkages. So we had perspectives from NGO, from university research, museum, art initiative, regional government, international organization brought together in this debate. And maybe I would like to highlight that so many keywords came up. I tried to organize them in categories such as values, mindset, and methodology, and I will just mention a few of those keywords now from these 3 blocks, but then of course I will also give you some more concrete action proposals that derived from our debates. In the values, we had a very strong agreement, of course, on human rights, cultural rights, which are enacted through cultural participation, and then equally strongly humanism, that is to accompany all the technological developments and digitization specifically, also democratization of institutions, but also of content, and the democratic governance of culture and heritage came up in various contributions. And then participation, access, vibrant citizenship, this interlinked conglomerate of policy objectives and actions, which we also heard that are even life prolonging. Inclusion, community involvement, that was basically our main issue in the group, and we were looking at how to engage these communities. And in this discussion about engagement, it became very clear that a certain mindset is needed and useful. And this is very much about openness and multi-perspectivity, binoculars, as has been mentioned by our Italian host opening this morning, and the crossover deliberative contamination, another very interesting term that was introduced by Pierluigi Sacco. Playfulness, enjoyment, the homo ludens as the antidote to what we see very much in economy, mostly prevailing, the artistic, creative, ready to interpret actor as an important innovator. And of course, the necessity to be tuned to the young. If you want to involve the young, you better be tuned to their aspiration and try not to impose your paradigm of heritage on them. Methodology, too many keywords now to mention. Collaboration, digital application, openness, open data, sharing, Creative Commons, learning for experimentation, just a few of them. You will have the complete list later in our written report. Now, when it comes to the action forward, possible activities, or I tried to gather those insights through the question of what a minister could actually do. It came across very clearly that actually a new methodology of learning should be developed and introduced, which was setting its focus on experimentation and digitization. This was Doris Sommer and Pierluigi Sacco very strongly advocating for this. Christian Greco, but also Denise, put the point up that the decision makers, politicians, but also the leaders of institutions should actually be trained in these new methodologies and methods on learning, but also on hybrid teaching and learning as a new normal. Several panelists have then underlined that this interministerial exchange between culture and education would be very important, and one could think of setting up some maybe more regular meetings at that level. And then an agency was suggested by Christian Greco, an agency that would pool all the research on cultural institutions, and that has been also discussed in previous panels, as I heard, and possibly a multidisciplinary team or think tank that would include human and behavioral scientists to reconceive the roles of cultural institutions and education in the light of the most recent research. I think that could very well be tuned into other findings. And then Claire Giron and Grial very much focused on the active involvement of citizens in heritage projects, and specifically also regional level and regional cooperation to reduce the access gaps. But that is not the only gap. Our panelist Anibal Josami made it very clear that also inclusion in education was of key importance, and he very much advocated for including the underprivileged people in institutions by bringing the institutions closer to them. So I would leave it here. Thank you very much. And again, it was an inspiring and excellent day and experience.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Do we have the chairs of session 2, Ewan Hyslop and Julian Polanco, live with us?
We are here. Yes, we are. Thank you. And we're prepared to give our remarks on this most amazing session, and what a fruitful day. Albina DiPello talked about the increased capacity for heritage professionals and communities to adapt to climate change impacts on World Heritage sites, and the capacity and the aim to create a self-implementing platform based on local priorities when he discussed the CVI process that he is working on in Africa. Alison Tickle inspired us with that values need to unleash the potential to rethink how we work, that policy, reform, curriculum, and have more evidence are circular and need to include things like just transition and international action to scale global action, and the possibility and resources and leveling up. Angel Panero Pardo correlated energy and heritage values in an urban setting and discussed education on many levels, both for those individual silos as well as cross-pollination in ways that created better connectivity. We also had Massimo Osana tell us about teaching, learning, and sharing, the co-benefits of efforts, and talked about systemic maintenance problems, methodologies to create standards, and greater success through training at all levels. We had Dinwita Lasaretta talk about urban acupuncture, the sensor city, and labs for creative economic ecosystems, a narrative to make heritage relevant to the future. Tit Meng Lim talked about the Science Center and the power of youth and the power of technology combined for greater possibility to engage and empower through STEM, shared experience, and sparking youth. I think overall then we had how culture and climate change empower our youth. Culture as a translator, a connector, and a value-based ambition that connects people together in a binding agent that levels humanity and helps us with social justice, recovery, and our new reformation or renaissance. And then I'll turn it over to you and Heslop, who will give some overarching comments about the.
Thank you, Julie. I will conclude our summary of session 2 with some conclusions. The objective of our session was to explore how cultural heritage has the capacity to support change and the transformations that are required for the challenges of our times. We heard from speakers about the ability of our sector to connect and to communicate with individuals, with communities, and to support change and increase resilience. At the same time, however, there is recognition of the need to strengthen capacity within our sector, to increase awareness, to demonstrate and develop new skills, to appreciate the power that lies within culture and heritage to support change, including through creativity and inspiration, but also that we cannot afford to sit on the sidelines. There is an urgency to this, and in times of uncertainty, there is an opportunity to act. We as a sector, as heritage professionals or cultural actors, perhaps need to reflect on our role and our relevancy to support the change and the transformations that are needed. We heard how heritage can equip communities with solutions to help build their own capacities and provide local resilience to global scale challenges. And we heard repeatedly through many of the sessions today about turning stewardship into innovation and creative ecosystems. There is a need to build capacity through collaboration and sharing, to demonstrate good practice, and to show what is possible and what success looks like. There's been much mention today of our role in stewardship, and my co-chair Julie used the term in her introduction to honor the past. This is a valuable thing that we hold, and we collectively as a sector need to use that knowledge to contribute to the challenges of the present and to share cultural heritage as a resource to help create a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ewan and Julianne, for your thoughtful recap. Session 3, I understand we should have with us Rohit Jigyasu. Rohit, are you with us?
Yes, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to express the apologies from the Director General of ICRAM, Mr. Weberandoro, because he had an urgent meeting and he could not stay for the summary session. But he has put together the key points that I'm going to read it out for you. The first key point that came out of this session 3 was the need for multidisciplinary approaches. The presenters clearly brought out that there has been too much of disciplinary kind of silos, and that have kind of been a bottleneck in really engaging in new, dealing with new challenges that we are facing. So there is definitely a need to develop new multidisciplinary approaches. Secondly, the presentations also brought out the fact that the notion of heritage is no longer limited to monuments. There is much more of a clearer understanding of the connection of heritage with communities. And therefore, we need to enhance the management of this living heritage or community-based heritage. And we need to develop skills and capacities for understanding the needs of these communities and moving forward. So that definitely came out as a second important conclusion from these presentations on the need to develop skills for engaging communities for heritage management. The third important conclusion that is very much relevant, especially in this world today, when in pandemic times, we are really relying a lot on digital technology for not only communicating with each other, but also we are forced to really to consider digital technology for building capacities. And therefore, it is important to consider how we can use this available technology for building capacities. And in this case, we have to also realize that there are differences in the way technology is available. I mean, the access of technology and its use. And that definitely requires consideration for evaluating the impact, not only on the work, but also on education and training purposes. And therefore, it is very important that these presentations really brought out how we can build on the availability of this technology for building the capacities. So these are the three key lessons that came out of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rohit. And finally, we come to session 4, where Catherine has already given a pretty extensive recap, but I think she would be happy to give us her thoughts on the way forward. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, I will not repeat the long conclusion I made summarizing the intervention of speakers, but I would like to make 5 points. You've invited us to give a message on the way forward. So listening to my speakers, here are the messages that I would like to share on their behalf. But before that, I would like to thank the Italian presidency of the G20 for their ambition for culture and for giving us this opportunity for highlighting the transformative power of culture and help us bring the issue further. We had a very dynamic and very inspiring panel and spanning several continents. And it became at the end quite philosophical with one big question, which was, what are the characteristics of the world we want to rebuild, and what is the place of culture we want in it? So that led us to very interesting exchanges, and the 5 messages or the 5 points are as follows. First, culture is essential for a fair and better recovery. So the first message, culture is essential for a fair and better recovery. Second, we should make culture, and that's a message for the G20 leaders, we should make culture central to policy making, but it should be an inclusive culture. Now, the question is how to get there. The third message is therefore as follows. We should make or better trained public services. We should build capacity of public services. And a very bold proposal was put forward to set up a World Governance Forum where public administrations leading on regeneration issues meet once a year and exchange. And there should also be a global training program for public servants on design thinking. So that was my third point. Now, the fourth point, the fourth message is that we should, or leaders should foster and support creative partnerships, co-creation, cross-silo partnerships, and the fertilization that happens in places like creative hubs. Finally, the last message, regards or concerns the use of digital tools. Digital tools are wonderful. They allow to do many things. They allow us to speak today despite the pandemic. They allow new forms of cross-cultural knowledge. They allow to better preserve intangible cultural heritage, as one of our professors told us, but they can also alter and counter cultural diversity. So quite some reflection is needed on the benefits, but also the potential dangers of the new digital tools that we've been extensively using during the pandemic. I will stop here with those 5 messages, and I thank you very much for a fascinating day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Catherine. So I think that we are at a moment of closure in an organizational sense, as well as in terms of a mindset. These have been 3 very intense days of discussion, and it is time now for us as chair to wrap up as much as we can this conversation. We won't go over the many detailed and thoughtful conclusions you have already established. I have one comment from the chair, having discussed this endeavor with the minister and with many in our team that have been working on this for months. And these webinars really have been an exercise in trying to bridge government and public administration with the many actors that are outside of institutions, that are everyday protagonists, that are everyday leaders and players in defining what culture is. And clearly, in many of our countries, the sense of what government can and should do about culture and what privates or others should do is a different line. In our country, in Italy, we have decided to put culture really at the center of public action. That is not necessarily the case for other democracies or for other countries. And all choices are respectable, and they all come from different backgrounds. But what I think unites us all in this endeavor, and what the chair has tried to offer to you all across the globe, was for an opportunity to listen to the practitioners, to listen to the experts, to listen to those who, whether they are inside or outside of government, have been developing these topics for decades and really often building and standing on the shoulders of giants, as we say. So building up on work that has been done for years and years and years. And the opportunity to listen to you all allows us now to greatly enrich our space as policymakers, to greatly open the landscape that we have ahead of us. This is true for our national agenda, and I'm sure people in my team, in other teams in the Ministry of Culture of Italy will benefit from this conversation. They will be able to look forward with more inspiration. They will be able to have more ideas. They will be able to be more visionary, thanks to the contributions that were offered along these 3 days. And that in itself, I think for us is an accomplishment. In addition, we look at this from the G20 chairmanship's perspective. And so we have this great opportunity of a forum that has a strong focus on economic coordination, but that is creative and that allows us to dip into other territories. And we have selected as a central territory the one that you all have been focusing on. This field will host the first ministerial meeting in Rome under the Italian chairmanship of the G20 this year. Culture also represents the first in-person ministerial meeting of the Ministers of Culture under our chair. And I think this 3 days experiment as well is a sign of our attention and of our common interest to the topic. Again, because this was not just a governmental exercise. We tried to be more creative, more ambitious, and I think thanks to you, we have succeeded. So let me round up with a few well-deserved thanks to the many who helped throughout these days, and particularly today. Thanks to Minister Franceschini for opening our efforts, to Head of Cabinet Lorenzo Casini, and to the chairs that helped us steer the conversation today, Catherine Merkel from the Council of Europe. Again, we're looking forward to our chairmanship of your institution coming up soon. Ewan Hyslop and Julian Polanco, Rohit Jigyasu, Catherine Magnon. Thank you all, and thank you to all the panelists. I couldn't possibly name them all, but you know who you are. You've been really incredibly helpful in giving us really the great content that we needed. I would be remiss if I wouldn't once again thank the many on this side of the screen that helped make this happen. Again, Erminia Sciacchitano, Rosanna Binacchi, Luigi Gaspardone from our team, and really the big team who you have not seen under the cameras, beyond the cameras, all the friends at the G20 delegation organization, all the technical staff who helped succeed with this complex endeavor. Complex also technically, because we've had to stream this work, as you know, which is not generally the practice for governmental exercises. As you know, these are generally private meetings. And then among the many teams who worked for making this possible, for today's endeavor in particular, I would like to thank our friends at our Director General for Education, Research and Cultural Institute, starting with our Director General and the friends in our teams. So Andrea De Pasquale, Elisabetta Borgia, Concettina Tropea, Paola Venditti, Marina Di Berardo, Susanna Occorsio, Maria Adelaide Ricciardi, and again, il Director General Mario Turetta. So this was a long list. I took a bit of your time, but I think it's important to give credits where credit is due. It's been a pleasure. I come out of this experience very much enriched. This will help us drive forward the remainder of our work as chairmanship of the G20. Thank you for the effort, for the contribution, for the creativity, for the vision. Buonasera, buonanotte, buona giornata a tutti voi.